in-depth conversational programs to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, will deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, Some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news, 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me, I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Koya chukuna gaza. Koya chukuna gaza mere. Me Mesaya yobiuma, boya chukuna gaza. The match ended, and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanunwako. He was backing the goalkeeper. Tested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported supporters club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the supporters club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people were up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we are supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. we have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, Who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we're doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian,
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolor. The federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria have unveiled the Disinflation and Growth Acceleration Strategy, DGAS, a unified framework to curb inflation, accelerate growth, and double household incomes. Announced at the 2025 Annual Executive Policy Seminar in Abuja, the initiative marks what officials describe as the next phase of President Bola Tinubu's reform agenda. Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anita, said DGAS aims to lift GDP growth above 7%, reduce inflation to single digits, and align fiscal and monetary policies to drive sustainable recovery. The new framework will operate through a single-window execution platform, linking development finance, private capital mobilization, and performance management under one system. It targets large-scale job creation, green investment, and consumer credit expansion to strengthen household purchasing power. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso reaffirmed the bank's commitment to maintaining price stability and building investor confidence through predictable policies, describing figures as key to restoring macroeconomic balance and inclusive growth across Nigeria. The Nigerian Exchange Limited suffered its worst decline in 15 years on Tuesday as all share index plunged by 5.01% to close at 141,327.30 points, erasing 4.64 trillion naira from investors' wealth. The market dip was driven by massive sell-offs in heavyweight stocks, including Dangote Cement, MTN Nigeria, BUS Cement, Aradel, and GTCO, which all recorded sharp losses. Market capitalization fell below the 90 trillion naira mark, while only four gainers, NCR Nigeria, Berger Paints, FCMB Group, and AXA Mansard Insurance, managed to close in the green. Analysts described the sell-off as a reflection of institutional de-risking and weak investor sentiment, with trading volume and value surging by 80.0% and 158.86% respectively. The industrial sector led losses with an 8.55% fall, followed by declines in banking, oil and gas, and insurance sectors. According to Cardinal Stone and Carry Asset Management, the steep drop signaled heightened risk aversion and concentrated selling by major investors, marking the most severe market crash since 2010. Nigeria's return to the international capital market has been met with overwhelming investor confidence following its successful $2.25 billion dual tranche Eurobond issuance, the largest in the country's history. The bonds, which attracted over $13 billion in orders from investors across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and North America, were priced at 8.63% and 9.13% for the 10-year and 20-year notes, respectively, reflecting strong demand and trust in Nigeria's reform-driven economic recovery. The Debt Management Office said the oversubscription demonstrates renewed optimism in the country's fiscal discipline, transparent monetary policies, and the reform agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration. The Eurobond's success is widely viewed as a validation of recent monetary and fiscal measures implemented by the Central Bank of Nigeria, including foreign exchange market liberalization, inflation control, and improved transparency. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the bank remains focused on price stability and sustaining investor confidence, while Finance Minister Wale Edun described the record subscription as proof of global trust in Nigeria's economic direction. Analysts added that the issuance will strengthen external reserves, provide fiscal breathing space, and reposition Nigeria as a credible and active player in global capital markets. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to the Cape Town Convention by improving Nigeria's compliance rating from 70.5 to 75.5%, a move that strengthens investors' confidence in the nation's aviation sector. Speaking at the African event on maximizing benefits of the Cape Town Convention in Abuja, the representative of the aviation minister, Anastasia Bem, said the convention has transformed aircraft financing by promoting legal predictability and reducing credit risks. She added that Nigeria's progress, marked by the signing of new deregistration and export authorization procedures, reflect President Bola Tinubu's commitment to international aviation best practices. Officials said the improved rating positions Nigeria as a regional leader in aviation law reform and financing assuring global lessors and investors of a stable business environment. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority noted that the convention's full implementation will lower financing costs, expand access to modern aircraft, and strengthen operational safety. With 28 African nations already ratifying the treaty, stakeholders at the event urged collective action to harmonize compliance across the continent, while government representatives reaffirmed that Nigeria is open for business under the Tinubu administration. Members of the U.S. House of Representatives returned to Washington on Tuesday after a 53-day recess to vote a compromise bill that could end the nation's longest government shutdown in history, now in its 42nd day. The shutdown, which began on October 1, has grounded nearly 1,200 flights and disrupted essential services, forces some lawmakers to travel long distances by car or motorcycles to make the vote. The Senate approved the temporary funding deal on Monday night, and House Speaker Mike Johnson expressed optimism that the measure would pass the lower chamber. President Donald Trump is expected to sign it into law once approved. The agreement would restore federal funding through January 30, reopen government agencies, and provide relief to millions of unpaid workers and families dependent on food subsidies. However, it sets up another potential budget standoff early next year as the U.S. government continues to grapple with its $38 trillion debt. The deal has divided Democrats, who pushed to extend health care subsidies for 24 million Americans, while Trump's spending cuts and workforce downsizing remain contentious. Analysts warn it could take days for air travel and public services to return to normal even after the government officially reopens. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ News Landscape.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift. towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of SOUQ Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. SOUQ invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in SOUQ Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and SOUQ Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, SOUQ Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adebi, SOUQ News TV. It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, Monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we unpack the week's biggest stories shaping Africa's economy and global market. I am Olubide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one. I have John Olorutobi. So glad to have you this morning.
Good morning. I'm John Olorutobi, and I'm glad to be here as well.
Yes, we also have Mokhtar Amin, who will be joining us virtually. But let me intimidate you into what we have on the table this morning. Let me just whet your appetite. Today on SOUQ Business Landscape, we explore the forces driving headlines from rising national debt to weak safety net to industrial breakthroughs and market shocks. Is Nigeria borrowing, pushing growth, or testing our limits? Are social protection programs really reaching the poor? And could Ajao Kuta finally roar back to life, this time for military production? We will also look at concerns over new import tariffs, a historic market crash, and how customs and NDLEA are tightening on the net on illicit trade. All that and more right here on SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Stay tuned. It's a busy week in business. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The Ayo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? To keep for their stuff.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to like, comment, and share. Now, let's start off with the first story. Nigeria's public debt could rise by 40.61 trillion naira to reach 193 trillion naira if all loan requests submitted by President Bola Tinubu in 2025 are approved and fully disbursed. Now, according to an analyst, this potential surge represents a 26.6 increase over the current debt stock of 152.4 trillion naira as of June 30, 2025. Now, this includes 71.85 trillion naira in external debt and 80.55 trillion naira in domestic borrowings. The Debt Management Office used an official exchange rate of 1,529 naira 21 kobo per dollar for its latest assessment. The rising debt profile reflects growing fiscal pressure and foreign exchange exposure. Analysts warn that while the funds may support infrastructure and reforms, Nigeria risks worsening its debt sustainability unless stronger revenue strategies and spending discipline are implemented. Stronger revenue and spending discipline. I like those two words. Stronger. You know, it's quite easy. It's quite easy to say, okay, let's go borrow certain amount. We want to use it for this, that, blah, blah, blah. And okay, this is our debt ratio to GDP. This is what we're going to get from oil revenue. This is what we're going to get from non-oil export. But how are we looking at the fact that different administrations come in and go? And most of the time, they leave this huge pile of debt for the next administration to come in and, you know, have headaches. Let's put it that way. What's your thoughts on this? Because if you look at it now, our current debt is about 152.4 trillion naira, you know, which is made up of external and domestic borrowings, you know, and the exchange rate which was used. Thank God the exchange rate has come down. Now it's about 1,400, but at that, when it was analyzed with 1,529 naira per dollar. You know, and this spike reflects cost of financing government programs, subsidy removal, and of course economic reforms, which some people have been saying, okay, we are seeing this, we're seeing it. Now, Nigeria is already spending 90% of its revenue on debt servicing, which is sustainable, I mean, without major revenue growth. Now, I understand the fact that there's a new tax reform law coming in by 2026, and well, we hope that we will tighten every other thing, bring both the formal and the informal sector into this tax bracket and be able to generate more. I mean, just yesterday, the customs in Port Harcourt was declaring outrageous, you know, profit and all that. And I know Lagos is going to follow suit, and maybe some other states are going to. But all in all, we should put a limit or a caution to our borrowing. I mean, we have about $500 million still. I don't know whether it's approved yet or not, which is in the House right now, waiting to be approved. And we have a whole lot of other debt. We have about three concurrent, three concurrent budgets that we're running. And a lot of people have complained that, where are we going? What's your thoughts on this?
So it's quite explanatory. Let's talk about facts. Every growing country or nation borrows money.
Definitely.
I mean, at least to an high percentage if you look through it. So Nigeria borrowing money is really not the issue. The issue here is, how do we manage these resources? We borrow for infrastructures, we borrow for to stimulate growth and see how we can cushion inflation generally. So borrowing is not really the issue. It's how we now you put this into or have this generate revenue back for us. Now, if you look at some of the infrastructures that the government, so to say, put these monies into, you question how this, of course, brings about productivity that then generates revenue. I'll give you an example. If you go along the, what do you call it, International Airport Way, there's a new, what do you call this stuff, road speed bump that was put there. Now, that's been done by taxpayers' money. But that has increased the traffic on that road. You spend about 1 hour in that traffic trying to get home. Now, this affects productivity, and productivity affects revenue to the smallest bit of explanation. So when we borrow these monies and we put them into infrastructure to try to grow the economy, how do we spend this money? Accountability, transparency. We hear a lot of projects. I mean, if they approve most of this, collections of money and all of that, we're talking about over 193 trillion. Should I say, 193 trillion naira in total sum. Now, and this is, the moment your debt is threatening your revenue, then this affects the sustainability check, and of course, international investors, begin to get wary of should we come in, because the people that come in to come and sell their investments to are probably suffering. So it's not really about borrowing. It's about what we do with this money, how we go about managing the management of these funds. They do. Look at the overhead bridge that are all used in Lagos or that put out there in Lagos are not being used. So how do you make sure that these funds are directed and channeled to the right, structures, right systems, right, should we say, production that affects the common man, affects the people that you are, borrowing these monies for.
Yes.
And then the manpower, the production, the productivity, the efficiency generates the revenue that you look for. But the reason why Nigerians are crying every day about, this tax, that, is because they're not being, they're not seeing the results in return. And this is what we are saying. If you look at the US, for example, I don't know how much they are.
US borrows a lot.
They borrow a lot of money, but you see the Americans, they're flying their shoulders everywhere because they are whatever the US government are borrowing affects them in the right way, positively. The Nigerian government, kudos, they're trying. But there's a place for transparency. We just see these monies fly around. We're borrowing this money. We're borrowing that money. How does it affect the common man? That's just basically it.
All right, how does it affect the common man? Now, loans actually could boost road. You look at the Calabar construction, which is supposed to bring a whole lot of business activity through that route. We have power, we have rail, we have the blue rail, the red rail, and the green rail. If you look at the Kaduna train, which was revived shortly after it was now found out that there was a derailment. If you look at so many other, infrastructures that the government have actually brought in that actually, started working well. The Lagos-Ibadan train service was a beautiful one. I take it anytime I'm traveling to Ibadan. I take it and it's quite beautiful. The same with the Kaduna one and all that. But, over the time we've had train derailment and all that. And, yes, the Nigerian Railway Service, they're putting in their best. They're trying to do a whole lot of things, But let me bring in Onyi Priye. Onyi Priye joins us virtually. Good morning, Onyi Priye Kumale. All right, so while we get Onyi Priye now, if loans are used actually well, it brings about a whole lot of things. Electricity, logistics, like you said, a whole lot of country borrows. I was trying to pull up the infographics of countries with the highest borrowings. I think US is one of the countries that is leading. It's over $1 trillion. Put together, the whole world is over $1 trillion or more than that they are owing. I think US is leading. We have Britain. We have this and that. So it's not as if it's not like countries don't actually borrow. But when you borrow, you know that it's just okay. Let's try and put it in a simple use. For instance, now I want to go into shoemaking. I think I have an idea. I put up a team. I approach financial institutions, people who I feel that can borrow me this money. Okay, borrow me this money. I have this business, and this is what I stand to. Of course, whatever I'm borrowing, what I stand to make, the profit of what I stand to make should be, if not triple or 4 times what I'm borrowing. So that, because I'm not just going to calculate what I borrowed, I'm going to calculate overhead cost, production, everything, the total of the logistics, every other thing. I'm going to calculate it together from my profits. And if business goes well, I'm able to pay back. Yeah, exactly. And also, even in future, I can always expand. But if business does not go well, I run into a whole lot of debt. I have bad credit. Nobody wants to lend anybody money who has bad credit. Now, these are some of the things. And it's amazing why, the World Bank, this other AFDB and the rest of them, they are quick to borrow Nigeria a whole lot of money. And you seem to wonder why. And these are the people who told us to remove subsidy, deregulate the Naira, do this, do that. And yes, all came with good intentions, but how well has it worked? We deregulated the petroleum market, the petroleum sector, and there's a whole lot. Now there's 15% import duty on petrol that some people, marketers, are saying no. But if steered properly, then again, a lot of experts have also complained that we should not only, because we've been depending on oil for a whole long time, and this I think this is part of the reason why we keep borrowing and borrowing, because we feel maybe we are sitting on a landmass of oil everywhere, and it cannot run dry. And I hope it doesn't run dry one day. So that's one of the things. But I like the fact that now a lot of revenue is coming from non-oil exports. And also with this 30% value addition, whereby all raw materials must be processed at least 30% before they are being exported. I hope that a whole lot of things will come in. But let's bring in Onyepriye Krumale. Onyepriye Krumale, good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
Okay, I hope you can hear me clearly now.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. All right, so now we are back in again. I know you and I, we've discussed about this loan, debt, and all that. We've gone back and forth. You said, okay, loans are good for the country. It helps the country move forward, this, that. But this report that we are getting is not looking nice. And I fear that come 2026, maybe 80% of our budget will be used to, service current loans. What's your thought on this?
We will never, I think, first of all, one thing that we need to consider, or one thing that we need to put into consideration when we are talking about the government and the speed at which it has borrowed and how these monies have been used, we first of all need to highlight where we are coming from as a country and how this administration got into office and was able to, within a short frame of time, put some certain things in order. What exactly are these? First of all, in the previous government, before the end of 2023, or before the inception of the current administration, we were spending about 90%, if not more, of our revenue to service the national debt.
Yes.
And yes, when the current administration came in, with regards to the new economic policies that it had put in place, of course, it also went up borrowing because of some very, very critical infrastructural projects that the government needs to carry out, which itself will facilitate some form of revenue and income. For these are capital-intensive projects that are going to facilitate income here in Nigeria, facilitate the ease of doing business in the country, that will also enable other businesses to thrive. Because remember, we have also spoken that one of the responsibilities of the government is to create the right atmosphere, to create an atmosphere that should reflect the right business, economy, and development ecosystem for which other businesses can easily and possibly thrive in. Because when businesses thrive in a country, they have the wherewithal to provide jobs, to increase their employment base, and also the manufacturing base should also increase. So when the current administration came in, one of the significant achievements was that we reduced, or we used to spend 90% of our revenue to service debt, but right now as we speak, it has gone below 60%. It has gone below 50%. And that is a plus. It explains that we are making progress. Yes, it is also good that when the government goes up borrowing, the relevant institutions, and including the media, should always ask questions and probe the reason why we go up borrowing, and if these monies that were borrowed were used for the particular reasons for which they were borrowed. And remember that now that we have borrowed, or now that we are borrowing, what are these? Recently, we talked about the government going to borrow to facilitate SMEs and their operation, most especially in the agricultural space. And you may want to ask, what could be the reason for that? Or why do we need that? Agriculture used to be the area that brings forth massive employment to Nigeria. More than 30%, it used to cater to more than 30% of base in Nigeria until when we discovered oil, and most of the investors in that space, including the government itself, turned a blind eye and after oil and completely neglected agriculture. Now, we have seen that the current administration, I will also say the previous administration, had put in some form of work to trying to revive the agricultural base so that people can go back to farming. Will make the farms attractable, very, very attractive for young investors, for businessmen, for businesses to go in there. And we've seen some multinational corporations who are doing excellently well in that space. We've seen how that some very, very responsible state governors, some national leaders from the northern part of the country are really taking advantage of that in where I'm talking about the collaboration between Niger State and Lagos State, because Niger State at the moment, considering the population of Lagos State, wants to go to cultivate about 500,000 acres of land for the purpose of planting.
I guess the network is a bit...
and the Lagos State.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear
yes.
you.
Now, because there's already an available market for them in Lagos State, they had to continue with that. And that's a good collaboration between Babajide Sanwo-Olu and the governor of Niger State, Umar Bago. Now, if you look at the current administration, we are trying to create an ecosystem where young entrepreneurs will not only be the pioneers of startups, technology companies alone, but they'll be also pioneers of agricultural firms, of organizations that could, erect silos for the purpose of storing of goods that must have been harvested and cultivated by those who already farmed. And some of this project that the government is, the loans that the government is accessing, is also to fix infrastructure, to put roads in order, roads that link from these big farms to the main city, so that we do not continue to experience gridlock or experience bad roads when we're trying to facilitate smooth logistics from the farms down to the city where we already have the markets. Also,
all right. I'm sorry to come in here. I'm glad we're looking at infrastructure, because that's where I'm going. We have a couple of infrastructures that we have gone to source loan for. That, well, successful or not successful, I'll leave that to you to judge. Let's start off with the Calabar Road. It's still under construction. It has not been fully completed, and we went to borrow. Then later on, we did an additional borrowing. Let's all look at the rail system. We have a rail derailment, the Kaduna rail derailment, which we reported, that was last week. We also have the Lagos-Ibadan own that, is being vandalized. And we have so many other infrastructures like that we have gone to borrow money from. Shouldn't there be some sort of audit, some form of report, assessment, quarterly, to know that, okay, fine, this is what, and it should be made public also, not just have an assessment indoors, made public that this is what we borrowed, this is what was utilized, this is how far we have gone. What's your thought on this?
Okay, first of all, you made references to the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, which is a very, very massive and gargantuous project that the current administration put in, that has started. Now, this project is very, very massive. It goes from Lagos to far somewhere in the southern part of the country, and we have extension from the southern part of the country to other regions, to other parts of the country. It's a very huge project. And within the space of 2 years, the first phase has been completed. I think we should acknowledge the administration for that speed. Yes, we acquired a loan for that purpose, but the first phase of the Lagos-Calabar Highway has been completed. And it is obvious that if we can do this much within this short period of time, I tell you, in the next 2-3 years, we would have gone somewhere very, very remarkable in fulfilling that project. And the loans are not for waste, because this specific Lagos-Calabar highway is a very, very capital-intensive project, and also a project that will facilitate the movement of goods and products from one part of the country to the other. It's also a project that will also facilitate the development of other projects. The ripple effect of it is going to give more development to other business ventures, to other business activities from different, through the corridors for which this specific road infrastructure will pass to other states. So it is not a loss. You equally make references to the railroad project. Now, let's understand that before now, or quite a long time ago, the rail project and the rail system is something that governments of nowadays, or current administration, I mean to say, are trying to revive, to bring back to life, because there were systems that have been put in place before, but their neglect by previous governments, by previous administration, led to the collapse of that specific system. But if you can see the body language of the current administration, you could see that its effort and the channeling of more funds to reviving our railroads is quite massive. And I cannot begin to itemize the benefits that we are going to enjoy as a country, the developmental impact it's going to have, the commercial, the way it's going to foster commercial activities across every commercial nerve center in Nigeria. The benefits, the economic benefits, the commercial purpose benefits, and the developmental effects are quite enormous. You referenced the Abuja-Kaduna rail, where we experienced a derailment, and also recently the Warri-Itakpe rail, where we encountered and experienced a derailment. Now, do not forget also the Warri-Itakpe rail had a challenge in a few months ago, and the Nigerian Railway Corporation actually went to put that in order to rectify these challenges and brought it back to life so that it can serve its economic purpose. But it's derailed again. Yes, these are systems that we are trying to revive again after leaving them moribund for quite a long period of time. So we should not be it should not be a surprise if we experience some form of bottlenecks and some form of challenges while addressing these pertinent problems. But it doesn't mean that the loans that the government acquired from multilateral organizations, either from multilateral organizations or local organizations, or from the domestic economic space, it does not mean that we are making no use of them. It doesn't mean that they are being channeled or misappropriated to somewhere else where they are not required. No. You and I can see the massive work David Umahi in the Ministry of Works is doing. The roads that is being constructed from the southern parts of the country to the northern parts of the country, and how David Umahi in the ministry and as the Minister of Works is holding most contractors to account, and some of them, because a lot of accountability is required not only from his ministry but on the part of the contractors. Some of them are even being sacked. Some of them are even being, hold to account for them to account for the monies that the government had, given and paid them for them to complete the specific phases of this project. And if we can connect Nigeria together through rail system, through road infrastructure, to the extent that we will be able to decongest the way and manner economic activities, seem to be focused on one part of the country or on specific states across the country, because we felt they are more developed because of the way and manner they have electric power and they have good roads and good road infrastructure there. If we can replicate the way we have this road infrastructure and other things that give birth to economic activities in the city of Lagos, in Abuja, and in River State, in Kano. If we can replicate that in somewhere in Osun State, if we can replicate that in Kebbi State, in other core northern states, in Delta State, in Bayelsa State, and in some other states, including Ogun State and Oyo State, then we will be able to decongest the business activities in these specific core states to these other states so that we can have a spread of economic activities across the country. And also, I must not forget to bring into your notice that recently the Minister of Blue and Marine Economy, who is the former governor of Osun State, the former governor Adegboyega Oyetola, himself has not been doing badly, because recently there was a publication coming from that specific ministry that holds a very, very strong key to expanding and completely, opening up the Nigerian blue and marine economic space. And recently, the marine and shipping space equally, got some form of trade plus. The activities of trade through that route in Nigeria had expanded. And we could see some of the trillions of naira that recently the government received into its coffers through the activities of the blue and marine economy. What I actually wanted to point out is that the Minister of Blue and Marine Economy has said that we are going to move away from putting our focus and attention on the Tinkan and Apapa ports here in Lagos. We have to start looking at the ports that we have in Warri, Delta State, the ones that we have in River State, the other ports that we could have in some other.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Onyi Piri. Thank you very much for that. Coming to you, John, what other alternatives to funding do you think Nigeria could look into to reduce reliance on loans, external loans especially?
That's a quick one, quick answer, quick response, or question rather. Well, going back to what we said earlier, everyone borrows, so we need to focus more on what we generate as revenue and how we generate our revenues and how we, lock on this lacuna or loopholes on how monies are being spent. Efficiency, let's invest in efficiency.
Yes.
OEPA mentioned something about roads and what the minister is doing, amazing stuff. But when you borrow money and you put into infrastructure, maintenance is important. Even though you go back to borrowing.
Yes.
And also you have a time frame for returning this money back. So imagine a government borrows a certain amount of money because to do a particular road, and it's done within 2 years. And within the 2 years, some parts of the roads are being damaged due to lack of maintenance or lack of responsibility around maintaining this particular infrastructure. You go back actually to go and borrow more money. So what happens is, because the road is bad, it takes another some months, a year or plus to get this money back to be able to fix this road. And the people that were applying this road that are supposed to generate revenue back to you are suffering. You give an example, and I saw something like that online as well. With I think I mentioned it here, how potholes affect efficiency of the human side of capital. You go to work every day. A delivery driver that's supposed to make about 15 to 20 deliveries a day gets to do only 9, and of course you are going to taxes this particular company. You're not getting enough profits from them they're not getting enough profits for you to be able to tax them. So we need to ensure that maintenance is key when we, look out to borrow money or to, lend money for infrastructures, because once you have these things well maintained, it gives you enough time to be able to repay instead of going back to the same, should I say, borrowers to keep borrowing more money. If you look at most of the projects we have in Nigeria, we are borrowing money for projects that we're yet to even return the previous, borrowed money. So we need to look inwards with regards to how we can generate revenue from the, development infrastructure that we already borrowed money from, which means that we need to maintain our loan, loan focus on projects. What project are you borrowing money for? How long do you have to pay back? And if you're paying back in the next 5 years, the next 3 years, next 10 years, it means that we cannot borrow more money to keep this infrastructure running. So we need to actually focus on maintenance as well too. That's the way you can get your money back. I mean, I'll give an example. You buy a house on loan, or you get a house on loan, and you are supposed to pay back in 2 years. And you get a house, you don't maintain it properly. It means that you have to spend more money to get that property, to renovate it. So, and then you are probably on a tight budget because you're doing the road right now. Are you going to put a toll on a rail to ask the citizens to pay? No. Where you're going to get the money back from is swift movement of these trains from one state to another to carry out business. And that way, when people are actually happy with their movement, their goods are getting to where they're supposed to get to on time, pick up, transition, and drop off is efficient. You start seeing the results from their profits. And once there's good money coming in, you can easily tax citizens, and it goes back to when you have to return this money. So it's back to the efficiency lacuna or gap with regards to borrowing money and putting it into infrastructure.
Yes, so well said. Maintenance. I think that's one of the culture we need to imbibe. Take, for instance, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We took a whole lot of years to get done, and administrations after administrations came in to fix this. But finally, it was fixed. I think there's a whole lot of things that we need to look at. Now, nobody's saying that we shouldn't borrow money. It's just that we need to be clear. The borrowing should be clear, trackable projects. Also, boost revenue through tax reform. Just like I said earlier, with the new tax coming in, a whole lot of things will be put in place to ensure that people pay their tax. Nigerians must also pay their tax, because when you pay your tax, government is able to put this tax into work, into infrastructures and projects to make things smoother, to make transition, business smoother. Also, we also need, this one is a no-no, it's a no-brainer for the government. No, we need to cut wasteful spending. That's one of the things that, kind of gets Nigerians edgy, because when you hear what legislators are doing, when you hear how much is going into their, to buy cars, to buy this and all that, Nigerians and you hear, SOUQ is being renovated, the vice president's house is being renovated. These things puts Nigerians on the edge that, why is it that it's just the government that is, getting new things, getting new wardrobe change over and all that. So we need to cut wasteful spending. Also, I think we need to sort of I've always said this, data transparency. We need to periodically have some form of audit, some form of assessment, and make it public that this. I'm happy that the House, the legislators are doing some form of assessment, as to NNPC and the rest of them. They are, so I think we should encourage more of that, so that we know that, okay, this is what is being borrowed and this is what we are using it for. I think Oyinpre has something to add. Oyinpre, let's get your final thoughts.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? All right. So, great. So, one thing that we need to put into consideration is this. Remember very, very well that the Lekki Toll Gate Road, monies were borrowed to build that road. I remember vividly how that road was before the government came in with the loan it borrowed to build that road.
It was a concession.
If you look at that road, it is very well, yes, a concession, yeah, but it was very well built. But you know what? Lagosians and Nigerians were being tasked to toll. They pay toll on that axis of the road. So you see, because that road serves lots of businesses and smooth movement of goods and services, a lot of vehicles ply those roads. You have huge and big organizations there. But you will never see a time where that road is bad. The reason why, because Nigerians and Lagosians that uses that axis of the road, they pay toll. And when they pay toll on that road, those monies are not only, they are used to also pay the workers on that road and also facilitate the maintenance of that road. The road that was built from Western Avenue down straight to Ikorodu, very, very long stretch of road. Initially, the arrangement on ground was between the government and those from whom they collected the loans to facilitate the building of that road, or what triggered the laying of that road infrastructure was initially that they were going to be tolled. That's why if you look at the road very well, there are different strategic areas where the tolling system was erected. And that was for the purpose because they are going to get tolls from Lagosians and from those who will be using that road. And they are going to keep on maintaining that road year in and year out. That's why the road was built in a very, very intentional way that you could see vividly that this was intentionally built and it will serve its purpose. So if the government is going to be laying road infrastructure across the country from one state, like the Lagos-Calabar Highway, it's going to get from Lagos to other states and from that other state to different states. So the government will need to set in a tolling system. That tolling system would now be used as a way or as a means for not only servicing and maintaining that road, because Barrister Toby there is more adept towards the road, the maintenance of our infrastructure. That money will also be used to maintain the road, and also a part of the money will be used to fund and to pay back to resettle the loans and so that it will not serve as much burden to the government. And we must look at it from that perspective. Now, if the government takes the initiative of tolling the systems, the road infrastructure system in the country, Nigerians are going to cry out. But you know what? There are sometimes that even if Nigerians are going to cry out, they are not on the saddle, on the seat of government. So they will need to understand the purpose and the reason why government will take certain economic actions that sometimes you use a road, you need to pay for it. Look at the BRT system and the Lagos rail system that runs across different parts in Lagos State. They pay, and it serves as a system that can sustain itself as a result of the revenue initiative that is attached to the monies that were used to establish that system. So these are initiatives that the government will normally are going to take. But most times, we just hope that we're not going to be getting a backlash from the government. And if you look at these systems that I just referenced very, very well, not only are they sustaining themselves, they are capital projects that brings money back into the coffers of the government.
All right, thank you very much, Onyepriya. Let's quickly move on to the next story for today. Now, a new World Bank report has revealed that Nigeria's social safety net programs are largely ineffective, with only 44% of the total benefits reaching the nation's poorest citizens. Now, this comes despite billions of naira spent annually to alleviate hardship. Titled The State of Social Safety Net in Nigeria, the November 2025 report criticizes poor targeting, fragmented implementation, and weak funding as major obstacles hindering the impact. Now, it highlights that most vulnerable Nigerians remain excluded from relief schemes designed to support them. Now, the report calls for urgent reforms to ensure efficient delivery of safety net programs with better data, coordination, and funding mechanisms. It warns that unless the government addresses these structural flaws, its poverty reduction goals may remain out of reach, deepening inequality and economic vulnerability. Now, while I do not conform to the fact of giving handouts to people below average, because it can only sustain them for 3 months. I mean, how much are you going to give them? You can't even give them what is going to last them for a year. So let's say 3 to 6 months, and depends on whether it's a single person or a man with a nuclear family. So, but then again, these social safety net programs, does it get to the right people? I remember when it was early this year, we were sharing bags of rice, and a community got probably just this amount of rice to share within a community, within the street. And it was quite, people came out, and we've had other social safety nets like that. I remember there was this one that people woke up to see 50,000 naira in their account. I was looking for it, but I guess I don't qualify in that sector. But this report now states that, data is one of the things that is hindering this. So first of all, We do not even know how many people are in Nigeria. We say 200 million. But is that actually the amount? Because we've tried to have a census year in, year out. Budget, earmark, plans, every other thing underway, but it never comes into fruition. And until we get census right, we cannot have data. Now, we have alternative source of data through the financial system, like the BVN, through the, the NIN, the National Identity Card, through some other means, bank accounts, we can get a fraction of people, but it doesn't really capture every other person because it doesn't capture the informal sector. There are a lot of people that are unbanked. There's still a lot of people that don't have BVN, that don't have ID cards, voters cards. And I like the fact that Nigeria is moving towards a place whereby you will need either of these things. You will need either a passport, a BVN, an NIN, or something to get by. I like the fact that Nigeria is moving towards that. I like the fact that the federal government, state government, we are moving towards e-governance. I remember there was a report I saw yesterday, particular sectors, they've uploaded to OneGov Cloud and all that. I like that fact that we are moving towards that time. But data is one of the things that we are still lacking. And it cuts across all sectors, whether it's for poverty alleviation project, anything, you need data. We need to know how many people are in Lagos, so that the right allocation gets to Lagos. How many people are in the north? How many people are in Kaduna? How many people are in Abuja? How many people are in Kano? How many people are in Abia State? Calabar and the rest of them. So that we know that, okay, this is the amount of people we have. Then we can now begin to say, okay, these are the people below average, these are the average, these are the upper class and all that. So we know that the programs that we are doing are, then we can now specifically tailor programs to different sectors, different categories of people in the economy. What's your thought?
Well, it's more of an efficiency gap when you look at it. Data has been a problem, a big problem and issue in Nigeria. We don't have a centralized registrar or register, basically harmonizing all of this information, the NIN, the BVN. I had an experience when I was in the UK where you can have access to food banks simply because you have certain documents. You see, there are good intents when you see our politicians or leaders just wake up randomly say, "Oh, we would like to give palliatives, to people in the environment." Very good intention in this inflation period or era, but this is where data comes in. I had an experience. My mom told me this story of someone in the environment who works with the local government. Just brought in the executives, came into the environment with palliatives, and not everyone in that small community had access to this palliative. Why? Because data is a problem. I'm registered to a community. I believe my data should be on the platform of this community, which means if you're coming to render or give any form of palliative to the environment, you request for the data. How many people are living here? 65, 80 households. Okay, no problem. You create these palliatives according to the information that was given to you. And now you just don't disburse to the environment. There's a form of identity that every household has to say, okay, I am entitled to this palliative. Yes. That's the way you understand. That's how you tackle issues with regards to inefficiencies and all of that, and transparency. But because there's room for illegality, there's room for making money, where in areas of governance where irregularities happens, you see that there's always a pushback when you want to discuss data and accountability, because data gives you accountability. Yes. It makes you responsible. You see people push back because they don't want this. They don't want you to know how many people receive the palliative. Why? Because the next household wants to collect 3 instead of 1. This other household wants to collect 5 instead of 4. And you don't know who to even hold responsible. Who exactly is responsible for this community, and can we see your information accessible to you? So data is a big issue, and we need to actually go smoothly to see how we can harmonize these registers. Why do I have an NIN and a BVN, and I still go out to do to try to carry out some national assignments, and without me giving you my NIN, you can't access certain information about me is difficult. You want to open a new bank account, and it's quite difficult to open it because you need me to get one thing. With my NIN, you should have access to other information. One time I was feeling under the weather. I think I was at Scotland, and I got to the pharmacy, and I just told this lady my NI number. And every information from where my GP was, everything came up. And I was right there like, interesting. I didn't have to say too much. I didn't have to show proof of who I am. I didn't have to go print out a passport. My information is right there in front of her, and she can see me. And I got access to medical care and all of that. So data is very important into our infrastructure, into our governance, our real estate, our health sector. We need to these information are there. Let's not throw away the hard work. The information are there. You go to your hospital where you have your family family card. Once you get there, there's a system that it comes up and all of that. But when you go to the general hospital, you still have to open a new one there and all of that. When you can easily just say, okay, I'm registered, and I think that's where the HMO comes in.
Yes.
But even at that, how many people have access to these things, awareness and all of that? So there's a need for that. If not, this issue with regards to 44% of the benefits not accessible to it's really going to continue that way. People just wake up and say, oh, did you receive 20,000 from the government? I received, but I did not receive. On what basis did you get that? On what basis did I not get it? Is it just because you're in the north or I'm in the south and all of that? On what basis? So this data harmonization helps you to understand better who gets this, palliatives, these benefits, and why I'm not getting at this point. In the US, I think I don't know where exactly it's in California or Canada as well too. There was a time when the inflation was really high. We saw videos of people in different provinces and the rest lining up to get packages and all of that because there's a data put ahead that we have so and so amount of people in this province that are accessible. And besides that, you have to have fallen short of certain situations to be able to get access. I'll give an example. Monzo in the UK, maybe some of the banks, or most of the banks basically, would call you if you have issues with regards to paying back your credits. And they ask you certain questions. Why are you unable to pay your credits and all of that? And they tell you, okay, you're not able to pay this. Are you going through a difficult time? Yes. These questions follow through. And then they tell you, okay, based on the information we've gathered and where you're staying right now, you have access to this food bank in this certain environment. That's data. That's data. When you go there, you pick it up. The place, the food bank you're going to pick up this palliative or whatever, also have a data that is synchronized with the system. So it's just as simple as that. I go to my family doctor or family hospital. I open a list, and for some days I need to go to the general hospital. Why do I have to do a new system? You have to go and get my passport and all that. When you can just call in or get an information, all hospitals should be harmonized to the general hospitals within an environment and all of that. So it's just data. We need to work on this. And once we do that, trust me, a lot of efficiency gaps will be covered. So
Okay, let's come over to you, Onyepriye. What's your thoughts on this? It's quite a whole lot. Like I always say, there should be other ways. Yes, there will always be poor in the land. It's in the good book, as it says. But how can we ensure that we capture everyone? So if the government is going to dole out 10,000 naira for the less privileged actually gets it. What's your thought on this?
Okay, I know this question is directed towards the way and manner we manage our data and how the data can serve as an instrument for government workers to be able to carry out some specific government project with regards to the welfare activities and welfare disposition, the welfare responsibility that the government need to carry out to people of vulnerable nature or those who are unable to cater to their own economic needs at a certain stage. Some of these projects, we have the National Social Investment Program, which was pioneered by the government, and in that we have the conditional cash transfer, we have the government enterprise and empowerment program, the homegrown school feeding program as well. Now, all these programs do have their own positive impacts in the Nigerian populace. as for those who were able to take part of it, the conditional cash transfer and other cash transfer elements, help to raise the consumption and support human capital development amongst the vulnerable people at the grassroots in society. As a result of this cash transfer, some of the women who goes to trade are able to start their micro trading activities because they had access to it. Now, including the GEEP that empowers women, youth, and artisans by giving them access to loans for them to start their own private enterprise, loans ranging from 10,000 naira to 100,000 naira. And also the broader program has to do with channeling direct interventions to millions of beneficiaries of Nigerians across the Nigerian Social Investment Program to more than 4 million beneficiaries since inception. I know we're going to ask the question, do you know of anybody that got access to these loans, to these goodies? Yes, I know very few people, but this is insufficient. I'm not going to try to placate or placate the issue. We have a data issue, and that data issue is an issue that the government at the federal level, at the state level, in collaboration with the Ministry of, not only the Ministry of Communication and Information, but also with the subnational governments. And from the subnational government, we have to go down to the ebb of society where we have to start talking about the local government. Because if you look at it very well, one of the responsibilities of the local government is to have complete data of the number of deaths and the number of births in a year. And if we can attest to the fact that the local government are living up to some of their responsibilities, key responsibilities in this sense, whether this responsibility of collecting data, that means the local government within their vicinity, under ideal situation, should have number of all the clinics and number of all the hospitals within its vicinity. And if there are mortuaries within the vicinity of the local government, they are supposed to have that information so that if there is a demise or a deceased report of someone who lost his or her life in the hospital, that hospital, after processing that document, facilitates it by transferring it straight to the local government. Still the same hospitals and clinics, if there are births, like people came to give birth in these clinics and in these hospitals, immediately that is recorded in the database of the hospital. There is a direct transfer of this data to the local government. And the local government, whilst arranging and being custodians of this data, are not just going to keep this data solely to themselves to be used for their own selves. No, there is another facilitation of smooth transfer of those data from the local government level to the state government level, where we have the relevant ministry, department, or agency at the state level that will have custody of this data. And from that state level, we should have a relevant ministry, department, and agency at the federal and the national government level that the state government should work with in facilitating the smooth transfer of this data to the government at the national level. If we do this, then we'll be able to have a sufficient data bank through which we will be able to channel some of these benevolent activities or disposition coming from the government at the center, the state, or the local government level. This is supposed to be a nexus, a connection from the state, from the federal, state, and local level, where this information will come in handy for the relevant and specific purposes. When the government wants to distribute cash, this specific information will not only tell you that this is the number of people we have that are dead, number of people that we have that are alive, but we'll also give you information regarding the economic status of these people, so that this economic status of these people would necessitate the response of the government when it had to go into carrying out activities like the conditional cash transfer. If you are going to send it, they know that they are not going to send it to Toby.
Sorry to cut you short, but I just want to bust your bubbles here. You're talking about interconnectivity between the national, the subnational, the local government. But how many of these local governments actually have an official website to begin with? So how do we even get this across? How do we even get data when a lot, maybe less than 10 or 20%, I'm being modest, 20% of the total local government in Nigeria have an official website? How do we even go by? How do we even begin to compile data?
Revamping this system and creating this for the local government, the state government as well, for them to create the pathway for us to settle the issue of lack of data. So the local government, the state government has an indirect way through which they control the local government. The federal government on their own have indirect way, strategic way to influence the actions, the economic actions, and all other actions of the state government. If the federal government from henceforth has said that the local government are going to be receiving their allocation straight from the federal government, and they don't need to go through the state government for them to get their allocation, then the federal government is going to need to take some very, very drastic actions by saying, just the way before that judgment was given by the Supreme Court, just the way that judgment came forth, and there were conditions that, look, local government should be able to provide 2 years account that's been audited before they will be considered qualified to be able to access their allocations directly from the federal government. In that specific case, the government can also put it there that, look, every local government must have a functioning website. If you cannot put up your own website within the space of 3 months, we are going to take that expense by ourselves to make sure that you, as a local government that has been unable to do that, we are going to design a website for you, get some of your staff that will be able to run it and run the database. Then we will have to remove that money from the allocations that we are supposed to give the local government. And if the government is going to take such to sit up, because this is neglecting the act of e-governance that should also be prevalent at the local government level, because the local government is the government that is even more closer to the people than the federal government. So in this specific sense, the government will need to put some criteria in place that every local government must have a functioning website. And the government is not doing that because it's trying to hinder the local government from getting access to their funds, but to make them responsible. Because to a very large extent, you can see ministries, departments, and agencies, including at the federal level and at the state level, they have functioning websites through which they acquire data and through which they have been able to maintain constant communication with the public. In that specific sense, we have the relevant ministries at the local government level. They are supposed to have websites, and the local government itself are supposed to have websites through which they can facilitate and bring to note, tell the public that these are the strategic projects that we are engaging in, or the ones that we have engaged in, that is of economic benefit to the people at the ebb of society. When this is done, I tell you, most of the social investment program or the cash for transfer programs that the government will want to embark on, the government will be able to do that by bringing this data together, sorting through this data, and be able to fish out the right persons that qualifies for this cash transfer.
All right, thank you very much, Onyimpri. Beautiful submission you have there. data-driven targeting system, strengthening institutional coordination. I would even put in capacity building, train your staff, train the local government workers on how to handle these things. But all in all, we need data. All in all, just like you rightly said, there should be some certain conditions in order to disburse monies to local government. There should be some conditions. You must have an official website. That is where we should start from. E-governance is me sitting in my house and logging on to SOUQ local government, and I can get where the next food bank or any other social program is happening, the date, the time, everything. I don't have to go to the local government. I just sit in my house and I log on to the website and I have everything, the whole calendar for the year. That is where we should be heading to. Let's quickly move on to the next story. In a strategic push for defense autonomy and industrial revival, Nigeria's Ministry of Steel Development and Ministry of Defense have signed a landmark memorandum of understanding for local production of military hardware at Ajaokuta Steel Company. Now, this agreement, sealed on November 10, 2025, by Steel Minister Prince Abubakar Audu and Minister of State for Defense Bello Mutawalli, signals a new phase in leveraging Ajaokuta's dormant capacity to manufacture armored vehicles, weapons, helmets, and security tools. This collaboration is expected to boost national security, reduce reliance on foreign suppliers, and of course stimulate economic activities in Nigeria's steel sector. Now, the ministers emphasized that reviving Ajaokuta for defense production aligns with President Tinubu's agenda of industrial growth and national self-reliance. A whole lot of, these are some of the infrastructures that we've actually gone to borrow money from, and year in, year out, administration billions of dollars went into Ajaokuta Steel. Till now, it's nowhere to be found. And I know the Minister of Mines and the rest, they've come out with so many proposals of how to revive this Ajaokuta Steel Company, which should be generating so much into the Nigerian economy. Now, I'm glad that we are putting it into use, even though that's not what it's supposed to be, but at least we're trying to see how we can, just like you said, probably revive it and try and maintain it so that we can get some other things. So, and I'm glad that, we are producing armored vehicles, weapons, which would also enhance national security. The military can have military hardware. The police can have tools in order to combat crime. All in all, it's a win-win for Nigeria. Security would, which takes a chunk of this 2025 budget. Security took a whole lot of chunk. So I believe that this should be something that we should start seeing improvement. But the first question I would like to ask is, all in all, it has to do with, the word just skipped my mind. It has to do with how accountability, that's one of the major key problems we've had in, projects, certain projects. So how do you see this? Do you think that this will come into future in terms of accountability, transparency, and every other thing?
Well,
Less than a minute, please.
Okay. National security is not really the focus here. It's, you look at it, you see job creation has played a big role in this. Yes, we've signed a lot of MOUs with regards to issues regarding, partnership and all of that, but execution is a problem. And if you're talking about the future use, how accountability and all of that, it goes back to the kind of the quality of people we bring on board, the quality of people that are the leaders in these institutions, these projects. So if you give the best hands a shot at driving us to the future, then of course accountability is not an issue, because from the very beginning, from the get-go, accountability is a question you ask and you test them to it, and they have back records to how accountable they are. Don't bring people from back room where you can't even say this is what this person has done, and what this person has done has driven the country economy into a very stable environment or progressive view of the nation. We bring people. Accountability starts from bringing in people of integrity into power, and then once you get that, everyone that follows them comes with integrity, basically. All right,
Priya, let me bring you in. I like to also reference India, what India is doing in terms of military hardware, nuclear weapons. India is actually doing a whole lot. They're producing locally, and they're also, planning to export outside. So do you see us, getting to this particular level? I know job creation is there, revenue is there, and of course, national security will be upgraded. What's your thoughts in all this?
Well, it's a big, huge industrial shift where we are considering looking at Nigeria as going towards a position of national security and technological advancement, in the sense that if it is well carried out and executed, and if it is given all the required funds, and those funds are channeled in the direction for which the government had anticipated, what the government had envisaged as the purpose and the reason for reviving the Ajaokuta steel, it will not only serve as a symbol of industrial rebirth in Nigeria, but it will position Nigeria as a regional defense manufacturer that will enhance economic diversification. It's also going to reduce forex, because most African countries, what we do is that we buy and we purchase most of our arms. Recently, I was listening to the chief of the new chief of naval staff, where he was being interrogated by the Senate before they were decorated by Mr. President. And someone asked about the Tucano fighter jets. And he said, yes, the Tucano fighter jets are there, but the bombs or the arsenal, that's a weapon that is shot from the Tucano fighter jet into the enemy space is $100,000 for one. And if the Nigerian military is going to be taking out these bandits, that means we are going to be looking at shooting $100,000. Fire $100,000. That is $100,000 a shot. Imagine if we are able to manufacture that as a country. Yes, if we are able to manufacture that as a country by ourselves. Imagine the forex relief, to reduce forex demand and the relief that it will bring to the coffers of the government.
All right, thank you very much, Onyepriye Krumale. Beautiful thoughts. Thank you very much for joining our SOUQ Business Landscape this morning. All right, from soaring debts and struggling safety nets to bold industrial revival and shaking stock markets, that reminds us that Nigeria's economy is a constant balancing act, between ambition and caution. And as the nation pushes for growth, the question remains, can reform actually keep pace with reality? This is where we leave it today on SOUQ Business Landscape. Join us next time on SOUQ Business Landscape for deeper insight into policies, markets, people shaping Africa's business future. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Thank you for having me, SOUQ News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children in orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, you did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant? And of course I had to do my own research just to see like, is it for me? Is it not for me? I did hesitate a bit only because, you know, you need to just let it sit. I'm used to just making decisions really fast. So I like to just simmer down and kind of do my research. After that, the process was actually a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of girls from different states and just interact with them and just learn a lot from their background and a lot of the sisterhood and just having fun in that whole 1 week. It's a week process, so it's like boot camp. You're waking up, you're working out, you're visiting different places, you're doing some charity work, different segments like the swimsuit, also evening gown traditional, all of those things. So it is a week of like intense work. It's been good. I think that for me, it's all about what you can do with the crown and not necessarily like the crown, right? The person wearing the crown. What is your interest? How passionate are you? And for me, it's always been important to relate with the everyday girl. Like just because I have a crown on my head does not mean that I cannot go feed the homeless. Doesn't mean that I cannot like be in the streets doing other things with like that may not be, you know, what I live like, you know. So I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to like different opportunities as well, and just like making sure that I am sticking to what my purpose is, and which I think that is my Little Blessings Foundation. I'm currently working on my new project called The Dream Day Out. So basically what it does, it takes children in the orphanages to like amusement parks, zoos, all the things that children don't get to do in those places because they only go to the school and come back. I want them to feel like children. I want them to be able to just not worry about the circumstances, even if it's just for like 5-6 hours. My foundation already donates clothes, shoes, school supplies already. So I just wanted to kick it up a notch and just like try something else that would just enrich their life a little bit. I think yes. For me, I was a foster kid for 10 years, and I think like I might not have got like the same childhood as everybody. Go to different things just because who was gonna fund that? You know, who was gonna take us to the zoo and the park and like things that we really wanted to do? And it was like, I feel like I didn't go to an amusement park till I was like nearly an adult. So I think with that, I wanted to just have something different. I know that a lot of people, and even in Nigeria, donate food and stuff like that. But how are we like enriching their lives? Like how are we making them like not always think about them circumstances of what they're living? That's a really good question. For me, I think that my family also have done a really good job with that as well. My dad is always in Nigeria, and he tried to instill that you're Nigerian no matter what. My mom as well, and my brother never spoke English to me when I was younger. So I was able to understand Ikwere and Igbo, which, nobody even believes that I would understand that because I wasn't born and raised here. So I think my family as a whole really just they try as much as possible to instill that, even though we didn't live together to like a certain age, they still were just like that mental, your mom would be like, if you're around these people, they're not like you, Like my mom would always say that, like, you can't follow these American people, they're not like you. So I think that's always in my head that like, you're Nigerian, like, and I started coming back a lot more too. For me, it's always been anything I'm doing, I have to start at home. I have to start at home because that's where it feels right. That's the purest way to do it for me. So even though now I could go try to be Miss Ireland, but I know that I've done Nigeria first, and that's who I represent at the end of the day, always. So how I knew I could act is because I started off singing, actually. I thought I was going to be a singer. I was very annoying to my family. I was singing everywhere we went. My mom actually encouraged it. She'd be like, go sing at church, go sing. I loved it. And then I got into musical theater because they were like, oh, you could sing. We need somebody who could sing. And that's how I got into acting, because with musical theater, you have to act and sing. So after I was like, wow, like I love this. This is what I want to do. I want to watching yourself, it's so surreal because how other people perceive your work, so if somebody sees something that I do and they're like, oh my God, like I really like, you touched me, like I believed what you were saying. And that's the stories I want to tell. So I think like after the music theater, I was like, I want to act. Like acting is the destination, and there might be other routes, and I'm just grateful that God blessed me with other talents. Like I sing, I also dance, and modeling. I just feel like everything would lead me into like the final destination, which is acting. I actually did my first Igbo play like this year, which was, different because I've never done that, and also in LA, that's not a popular thing, right? So my last one was an Igbo play, and it was Emeka 1985. It was really, really dope. It was literally about a man who moved from Nigeria to America, and just that transition. Nobody really tells the story of how hard that could be. And for us, we don't even know because our parents did it, right? So that was a really provoking story to tell as well. I really enjoyed that. And I was also in this film called Marche. It's telling a Haitian story about like a Haitian woman, and I was the lead for that as well. There's a lot of films, and short films, feature films, movies that I've done that I feel like they always tell like provoking stories, and that's really what I love. Absolutely, and that's the main reason that after my projects with Little Blessing, I actually start filming a film on the 15th of January. My goal is to be able to work anywhere, and I don't want to just depend on Hollywood to fulfill what I need to do. If I have to be in India working, I will be there. But Nollywood has always been an interest of mine. I've had it on my goal every single year. Like, I need to be in a Nollywood movie. So this is really a great opportunity for me to be here and just meet other creatives, directors, and storytellers, and really get to work here as well. I actually do. I work from home, so I have my laptop. But right now I am a social worker, but I work from home. I think that for me, just my background and my childhood, I never wanted to be a broke artist. Being an artist is so hard, where it's not stable. One day you have a role and you're working 5 days, and then another 2 months you might not have anything. You're auditioning, you're trying to get something. I just didn't want that to be my life. Like, I want to be able to help my family. I want to be able to take care of myself and not be a burden to my family. So I needed to have a job. I needed to have something that didn't demand maybe as much energy from me, where I could still kind of focus on the art as well. I would say definitely acting. If I can act every day and not have to do anything else, that's the goal. Like, that's really the goal. I'd rather not do any of those things, really. I think that entertainment has always been where I'm supposed to be. And I'm lucky enough that, like, I knew that from a young age, you know? A lot of people don't know what they want to do, and they spend a long time, like, trying to find it, explore different things. From a very young age, I already knew that, okay, you're going to go to school, because you will not hear the end of it from your parents if you don't, but you're still gonna go and do entertainment. I think those stories, like you say, African American, they have been told a lot, and I think it's because that's people's experiences, right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or any other like immigrants leave their country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it. And I'm already like, whoa, this is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? Why? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are going to accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, and or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people, and that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been, and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene, because I know that, like, that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like, I go out pretty regularly with my friends, and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where like I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry, you have to have time management skills and just prioritize what you want to do, because you're not going to have time for everything, and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up, because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. If your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs. Like, your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable. They just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up, and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park. I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there. I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging, because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like, I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like, I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like, for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus, and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, $500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you, because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me, I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible, and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like, nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like, it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment, because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they're focused on stability. And entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not gonna be where I wanna be. So that's one thing I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process. Because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. I think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are going to always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like, I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like, when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like, we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Science and peace stand as twin pillars of global harmony. While science unlocks mystery, advances life through innovation, peace, on the other hand, provides the calm soil where discovery blooms. They transcend nations, bridge divides, and light the path toward unity, progress, and a future where knowledge serves humanity and hope prevails over conflict. International Week of Science and Peace is an annual observance formally recognized by the United Nations General Assembly in 1988, following its successful inception as non-governmental initiative in 1986 during the International Year of Peace. Celebrated between November 9 and 15, the observance underscores the crucial role of science and technology in promoting global peace, security, and sustainable development. It emphasizes the interconnection between scientific advancement and the maintenance of peace, advocating for the ethical and peaceful application of knowledge so that progress in science serves humanity's collective good rather than contributing to conflict. The week aims to raise public awareness about the link between science and peace, fostering dialogue among scientists, policymakers, and the general public. By promoting international cooperation in science as a shared public good, the observance addresses root causes of global conflicts such as poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, and health crisis. It also highlights how ethical research, shared knowledge, and innovation can help achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 16. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, reinforcing that science, when guided by human values, can be a force for peace, justice, and progress. This annual observance provides a critical focal point for governments, academic institutions, and NGOs to organize activities, including conferences, workshops, and educational programs that explore how scientific and technological progress can bridge divide, enhance mutual understanding, and prevent conflict. By affirming the principles of the UNESCO recommendation on science and scientific researchers, the week serves as a timely reminder of the scientific community's ethical and social responsibilities, pushing the transparency, accountability, and respect for human rights in all scientific endeavors. Ultimately, the International Week of Science and Peace demonstrates that the greatest potential of science is realized when it is intentionally harnessed for the construction of a more peaceful and sustainable future for all. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, the conference. We have a lot of things. We have very much. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in the person of Morenike George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director, SIR&D, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okafor. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to stay ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Antalaza PSC. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morenike George Taylor, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Confectionery and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God bless all of us. Throughout the day, you'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussion with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence. to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. And we are ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave the way we come, but in good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up, or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference, and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you are in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody restaurant or in a food establishment. So in such a critical role, that if you're occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager will lead by example.
Lead by, give a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
As an effective manager, first you need to work on yourself because you can't keep.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you will only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. Can I have one more answer because my time is limited. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give my round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you will say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your products, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they'll clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this space. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? We're almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds a position. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my whole way, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? I leave the floor Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must believe in division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you. Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at SOUQ Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Our ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in SOUQ Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under our leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelist, I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeli, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeli, who's here, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCDC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. I don't honor my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Penny Hampson, the founder and CEO of SOUQ Sensation. Chairperson of RESPA. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can you make sure that your organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire in the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you. It's not here. Good wish message from the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable SOUQ Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that's the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I just feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute. and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your product and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every brand, right? Like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you are all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You are a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with a lecture on council.
Everybody, and I belong to nobody, so as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Ogunbabatunde. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Proprietors Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the Penge Company, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Sami Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Mr. Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February, and I told him, I know. You sent in every necessary details. December, be rest assured, we will come. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will come. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Proprietors Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit-making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot seasoning meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we try getting more members. We approach the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about junk. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a sweet sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big icon. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, deserved by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robotic lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sessions today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is SOUQ and look at SOUQ. I'm standing here for my general manager, Afolade Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is going to be highly educative. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurants. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. We cannot rule that out. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint duly. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issues on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first hand cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like SOUQ. I want to inform you that the perspective 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor 2024 law that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the state are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumer as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afanabi Shilebo Estre. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences, and a key driver of tourism. Restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojana.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not that slight, but I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition. I thought one happened before, but from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. Okay. They have described it like this. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided
will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. How then, as restaurant managers, do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure. Like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said, content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environment that we are currently operating in. COVID-19. With the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can reach you through technology. Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, arts and restaurants, where your food is put right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to hook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences, unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit the general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 50 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take, from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as an industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of same to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering, are we going to charge for the more expensive bags? Or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging. How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. We are managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Right? But sometimes as customers, we tend to overtake what we can
waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She has talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important that as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, getting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is news to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. No, ugly, not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you need to understand that nobody knows whether the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming, okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money, and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist, then you are not coming to okay, it's good. There's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure fit-for-weight storing. Donate under-used item, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that you don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So they have a lot of product that's every day or every month, every year out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely, or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentil do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan it. I have 55 menus. Oh, you cook all of them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What puts the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been spending on that thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us we don't like it. But then again, for food business owner, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seed, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I did an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as much as when training. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please, again, I'm saying train your people. And FHSC will also carry out training. Just let me put it out next. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned that food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What do you need to do? Start with the food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms where your bosses say, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That is the only way you can drive change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, you might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy and methodology that we talk about. It's called the TMA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you reduce, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal, what do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track, where my waste coming from? Is it from the preface or from the post face? You need to know, you need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to cut down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each department. Let them know that, look, this is serious business, so and we all have a part to play in food waste reduction because we're talking about money here. And lastly, also, another methodology we can use in reducing food loss and waste is the 4 R's. We have the reduce, the reuse, the recycle, and the recover. We cannot say we are fighting food loss and waste. We cannot fight food loss and waste because it's a whole lot. But we can prevent food loss and waste from happening. So that's where the reduce part comes into place. And then you reuse this product. Don't be in the habit of throwing things. Look for ways that you can use food products. Throwing should be your last option. Then you recycle and then you recover. I have a friend who does this technology, right? I don't know how he does it, but he's so smart. And he does SOUQ World for businesses. I really don't know how it works, but this SOUQ World uses food waste and it generates gas for cooking. So you end up not spending so much money on gas and you end up spending less money for waste disposal. Now, like, are you sure this works? But I've known him for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food loss and waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay?
Is the source of
deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just scream, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants they use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. That is the fifth taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It's to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. A lot of, they just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. And not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat. And when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing one of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500 gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
Of this program, and Grassy Global Foundation, led by Engineer Greg Ashibogu, they are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Christiana Adeyemi. And she was one of those ones that premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it.
Good day and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyen Priye Krumale. Now, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has assured investors and stockbrokers that the government's review of the capital gains tax policy will balance public revenue goals with market stability. Speaking during the listing of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Real Estate Investment Fund Series 2 on the Nigerian Exchange Group, Edun said consultations were ongoing to ensure that the final outcome serves Nigeria's broader economic interests. He emphasized that the new investment fund, priced at 100 naira per unit, allows ordinary Nigerians to participate in wealth creation through housing investment, promoting domestic savings and economic inclusion. Market stakeholders, including Nigerian Exchange Group executive, urged the government to adopt a measured approach to the capital gains tax implementation to sustain investor confidence while driving inclusive economic growth. We'll go on a break. We'll be back in a moment to stay with us.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. Economy and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Now, the Nigerian Customs Service Ports and Terminal Services Limited has commenced a shipment valued at 29.4 billion naira in what has been described as one of the largest drug seizures in the service's history. Comptroller Joe Anani disclosed during a media briefing in Lagos that the drugs were discovered in a suspicious container flagged by the PTML terminal operators during a routine disinfection exercise on October 7th. The container, which arrived empty from Freetown, Sierra Leone, contained 50 packages with 20 parcels of cocaine each, weighing a total of 1,000 kilograms. The joint inspection involving Customs, NDLEA, DSS, and the police anti-bomb squad confirmed the substance as cocaine, though no arrests have been made so far as the shipment lacked documentation linking it to any consignee. Now, the Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa has urged the federal government to suspend the proposed 15% import tariff on petrol and diesel, warning that it could sharply raise pump prices and worsen economic hardship. Executive Director Ezenwa Nwaugu said the policy is premature since local refineries, led by Dangote Refinery, which meets only 40% of national demand, cannot yet supply enough fuel to replace imports. He noted that imported petrol lands at 802 naira per litre, while locally refined products cost 929 naira 72 kobo per litre, and adding the tariff could raise pump prices by up to 165 naira. Nwaugu called for transparency in refinery operations, fair competition in the downstream sector, and publication of refinery output data to prevent monopolies and protect consumers. Now, Asian markets advanced earlier today as optimism grew that the United States Congress would soon end the historic federal government shutdown. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index rose by 0.4%, driven by gains in Taiwan and Japan, after the U.S. Senate passed a bill expected to restore funding to government agencies. Investor confidence also strengthened amid expectations of a possible Federal Reserve rate cut, with futures pricing a 67% chance of a 25 basis points reduction at the next policy meeting. Japan's Topix index hit a fresh record high, while SoftBank shares slumped 6.2% after selling its entire stake in NVIDIA. Analysts noted that despite short-term caution, fundamentals remain strong, supported by artificial intelligence, spending, and rate cut prospects. Meanwhile, Brent crude eased slightly to $64.93 per barrel after touching its highest level since October, as markets reacted to new U.S. sanctions on Russia oil and hopes of an end to the U.S. government shutdown. Now, Sweden's Finance Minister Elisabeth Svantesson has announced that the country's economy is beginning to recover after months of weak growth, driven by rising consumer spending and improved industrial confidence. She noted that several rate cuts by the central bank have boosted sentiment among businesses and households, though construction firms, particularly house builders, continue to struggle. Recent data shows Sweden's gross domestic product grew by 1.1% in the third quarter, surpassing earlier forecasts. The government's 2026 budget, the most expansionary since the pandemic, is expected to further stimulate growth, with gross domestic product projected to rise by 3.1% next year, despite inflation remaining slightly above the central bank's 2% target. Svantesson expressed confidence that stronger growth would not trigger renewed price pressures. Now, thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. To stay with us.
At the African Development Study Center, ADSC, We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficial.
Hello and welcome to another interesting episode of Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios here at SOUQ News Television. Of course, do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Of course, you'll see us live as we go on the show. Today, we're going to be talking trade fairs. Across Africa, trade fairs are more than just exhibitions. They are living case studies of the continent's growing ambition to build self-reliant economies. Of course, those who are familiar with Lagos would know that the 2025 Lagos International Trade Fair is currently happening at the Tafawa Balewa Square. And of course, I've got two interesting personalities in the studio to come and share the experiences of trade fair as it is. Of course, I'm a gentleman, so I'll go first with the lady. I've got the very, very delectable Umevi on my right. And of course, on my left, I've got the very veteran journalist, Bayo Olawi. Thank you all so much for joining us today on Just Africa, because I know you too have experienced trade fairs. I want to have these conversations because, of course, so many happenings and markets are happening right there, trades, relationships. But first, before I hear your thoughts, we'll go on a very, very short break. And when we return, you would want to have a very, very good listening and viewership on today's show. Do not go anywhere. All right, welcome back. My two guests, I shouldn't even call them guests because they are part of the show today. So they will be anchors on today's show. So two of them are eager to just hit it right away. So the ladies first. But I know you're a gentleman as well, so let me just leave you for her. So maybe
it's actually ladies first after me.
I'm not going to tell you gender.
Is that her ladies first?
Welcome to today's show, and I do know that you've experienced trade fairs at least at some point in time. Share the experiences that you've had, perhaps in pricing or perhaps the economics or just the business transaction that happens in that place. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. And to you, wherever you're watching from across the globe. I will maybe it alone. You know, trade fair, most times when people hear about trade fairs, we often think it's about cheaper prices.
Yes.
We often hear about varieties of products. We often hear about what again? There are some things that are associated with
trade fairs. You get to see businesses and that you've not heard of before.
Exactly. So I agree with the fact that, yes, there are varieties of products. There are some products that are not within your locality. So when you come to trade fairs, when I went for, on a trade fair, I attended one. See, there are things that you will be amazed to see. It's a beautiful experience actually. Yes. But you cannot be going to trade fair without having money in your bag.
Why? Is that not going to window shopping now?
Because you can't go for window shopping because all the products will be calling your attention. Buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me. For someone like me who love Afrocentric, I am tempted to buy. I want to buy this bead. I want to buy that bead. I want to buy this one. I want to buy this African.
So, but then again, you have to also caution yourself now, so you don't have to spend the whole money that you have in your pocket.
Exactly. That is where self-discipline comes in. But trade fairs, so far, I've seen that, yes, some prices. First of all, let's even start with the entrance. The entrance permits. Sometimes they sell tickets at ridiculous prices.
Okay.
Which is something I do not like about some trade fairs.
Okay.
So when you of course, you want people to come. So when you want people to come, put the ticket price, the entry ticket, at an affordable price.
Okay.
It's not as if, for instance, 500 is such a big amount, but then you want a crowd to come, not certain class of people. So at a point, there was one I attended, it was 500. When they saw the number of people that came, they noticed that the turnout was low.
Okay.
So if someone is taking a booth space for 339,000, for instance.
You are quite specific, sir. You are the one that happened to.
No.
So the way you are specific about the number.
339,000 for a booth.
Yes.
Of how many square meters? Then you're not bringing in, telling people to come in with 500 naira.
Yes.
That's for tickets.
For those to get in, yes.
The turnout will be very
low.
So at a point, they had to reduce it to 350 naira.
Okay.
To encourage people to come. You understand? So when people came in, some products, for instance, there was one that a 10 kg of semolina, for instance, of was sold for 2,000. Was it 2,400 or 600 against the normal price of 2,800? Yes. So some vendors actually bring down their prices to attract sales.
More people.
You understand?
Yes.
So it's a beautiful thing for me that
the experience, right?
Yes, the experience was good.
Hold your thoughts because I need Baba to get it. Baba before we had the conversation, Baba said he had so much to say, especially the downside of it. But anyways, Baba, first of all, welcome to the show. Share us your experience in terms of trade fairs. You're vast in, the experience. You've been there so many times.
I've been associated with the Lagos Trade Fair for maybe 25 years or 30 years.
Yes.
At a time when I was in Radio Nigeria, I was part of the media committee.
Okay.
And there was glamour then. It was glamorous. Before the event, during the event, and after the event.
Okay.
So I'm talking from the media perspective.
Yes.
The pre-event activity have been low-key and very unprofessional.
Lately?
Yes, lately, for the past 5 years. Previous trade fairs have witnessed buzzing, colorful activities before, a week, 2 weeks before trade fair starts. You will see the hustle and bustle. You will see the enthusiasm, the expectations, and you will see the media presence, media interests, media analysis.
Yes.
That hasn't been there. The accreditation is there itself is absurd, and you find journalists who are eager to get information.
Yes.
Are not being attended to. I think it's a case of planning by the Lagos State Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And they need to put more professionalism in it. For instance, we know that in every trade fair, there's what is called special day. Every organization has a special day.
Oh, yes.
Where the media is invited to focus on that. Also, we also have embassies. Embassies come there, not to play politics, but to get some public interaction, get public attention, get media attention, and talk about their own interests, economic interests. They have economic ambassadors, economic attaché, they have political attaché, they have commercial attaché. So embassies too are also present.
I do. Sorry, because I do like the fact that the current one, just run by the Lagos State Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Yes, I do know that it had a retinue of activities, and then companies had to come and talk about their brands, sell to the product. Because I know I did visit a couple of days back, and then I saw that interaction happen. And then also some of them told us about plans that they had in their companies. When I heard it, I was like, because it is not something that I normally would see. It's good, looks like a good platform for companies to come and interact. However, I know when you spotted the publicity pre the event, it didn't look like what perhaps you were used to from before. Because
and the intellectual dimension isn't there yet. A typical trade fair will have lectures, workshops on critical issues on maritime.
Is that before they start? During.
Yes, you should have it.
Okay.
Yeah, you bring entrepreneurs,
captains of
industries to
come have conversations
and give their own experiences. I am of the opinion that such issues as free trade zones, African trade zones, AI, food security, export, agricultural export, and such issues should have been brought to the fore for even manufacturing industries to come and tell us what are the added value, the food chain, how is it improving? What is AI doing to education?
To improve the quality. But then again, I do know that in my interaction with one of the officials from LCCI, they confirmed that they had sold out 3 weeks before the opening day. So it did mean that a lot of people in the sector were aware that something like this was happening. But then again, this particular one is even an international one, to the fact that we had people from Ghana, actually the entire ECOWAS, right? From Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, many of them were available from Cameroon at the current, the ongoing one, many of them are there. So perhaps the information did not spread so much to those who are not in the circle. If that's what, because it is power-packed. The people that, from images that we got from, footages that we got from there, you could tell that it went round. But then again, some people still didn't know that it was going on.
No, the truth is everybody can't know what's going on.
Okay.
But
trade fair?
Yes, everyone, no matter the amount of information you want to pass out, some persons will tell you they're not aware.
Okay.
Now, like what
Babalawo
said now, that there used to be pre-events, and I can still tell you that such activities actually happen.
Yes.
But it may not be at the level it used to be.
Okay.
You understand? Due to some factors that I may not have a preview to. So you understand? So some of these things, they happen. Maybe behind closed doors. Maybe not very loud anymore. But whether people are aware, whether you and I, when there was a time we were walking down to the TBS, and we saw the banners, we saw posters, we saw those are adverts on its own. To let the public know that yes, this is something that is about to happen in November. I think those days were there for a very long period of time before they started building and all that. If not, how would people come to buy booths? Spaces? So for people to come, people are already aware. People have known, or they've seen the advert somehow, some way. Information has been passed for people to come all the way from Cameroon, people to come from Ghana and the rest. Information was out there. And now, they told you that the spaces were sold out.
Sold out.
So that is another way to tell you that, yes, the information was actually out there. But the question is, was it in your area of interest? If it is not within your interest, of course, you will not show concern. You will not even pay attention to those kind of information.
I see it from this angle. Okay, look, in a market, because essentially trade fairs are like markets, right? So if information is passing to, or is passed across to those who are selling, I think at least an equal measure, if not more, should go to also those who are the buyers. Because at the end of the day, where a market is constituted, you need buyers and sellers.
Yes.
So if you have more sellers and then the buyers are few, there's already a problem. It's no longer meeting the market structure.
You have the small holder farmers.
Okay.
You have these SMEs.
Yes.
You have the informal sector
Yes.
that we are trying to attract in this
Yes,
economy.
yes.
And I would have thought that the Tinubu's renewed hope agenda should have taken this opportunity to get SMEs involved, small farmers. They literally two things. We cannot even manufacture chewing sticks. You know, I don't know. Matches. So these little things. How can we produce them? I thought government should use such forum as a trade fair to push the agenda of the informal sector.
I'm sorry, I will be.
And then we're also talking about utilizing local talent in manufacturing.
Yes.
The local people who manufacture,
with local materials, raw material. Yes.
Again, our talents, our local talents, we should use our trade fair
to harness something like that. Yes.
So that the research institutes too.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I have a friend in the indigenous herbal medicine. Professor Onaje and his team, and their contemporaries, people who have made benchmarks in the industry, should come forward and tell us a story. Tell the world the story.
Like I said, I was there a couple of days ago, and I do acknowledge that the Lagos state government, at least that one, they had an entire stall of people who were doing private businesses, like small businesses. They had an entire stall. I remember visiting, and there was a woman who had this normal melon seeds, egusi. She had packed it, and it was with support from the Lagos State, because you could see the branding from the Lagos State government, and it says, and then you could see farmers who had fresh foods, fresh vegetables right there. But I can agree with the arguments to say perhaps we would have had more of those kind of things, maybe perhaps in one place, because imagine you competing with a big brand in the same market, right? And then your packaging will probably not be as the same measure. Perhaps you'd have structured the market in a better way. But I mean, I think the idea was leaving them in one place so that when you come, you go there strictly for agricultural produce and then fresh ones. But let me take your thoughts as regards challenges that SMEs have in terms of having to come to a marketplace and then compete with larger brands.
Yes.
I mean, what do you think their stumbling blocks are?
For me, when I thought of it, I was like, okay, of course, the known brands will sell more. So, of course, there's no uniform prices for those people.
True.
So it is what you can afford to sell that you sell.
You sell at the end of the day,
SMEs and big brands coming together to play on
the same field. Yes.
Of course, the bigger brands are going to do better. You understand?
Yes,
so sometimes when bigger brands tend to lower their prices, and SMEs, the small ones,
they want to survive, right?
Of course, they want to survive. The bigger brands. So for me, I would suggest that if there is anything that the organizers can actually do to ensure that the products that falls under SMEs, so they do better.
We have a different place or a different day.
Or a different day.
Okay.
It will be better for them so that everyone says, because it is a stretch of 10 days.
Yes.
So if we have, these brands on so days, and those that falls under SMEs on so
days,
I think they will sell more.
But
when you compare
all of them packed in the same place, right? On the particular day,
it is not in their favor. Then secondly, another thing that would affect SMEs is the fact that people will keep looking out for the known brands. You understand? When you put them together. Now, it's apart from selling. People want to see, okay, this is it. Then there are another challenge for foreign products.
Having to now compete with the local ones that you have.
You understand?
Even if it's a known brand locally,
Even if it's a known brand locally, people from other places, when they come, what is the guarantee that they will sell? For instance, if you are bringing in a food product that a Nigerian is not used to, sometimes
You may not even do
someone like me, I hardly go out of what I'm used to.
And it's a market.
So you say.
But Baba, I was going to ask this question like a person. I know trade fairs are supposed to be a mini market, or like a market that is just arranged, maybe I won't say in a hurry, but arranged in a particular place that is not commonly a marketplace. But do you think that brands that come there really come there for sales, or they come there for awareness?
Everything. They come there for sales and awareness. They come there for exposure.
Okay.
They come there to correct misconceptions.
Oh, true.
Because perception is bigger than reality.
Oh, right.
And in my business, where I've been for over 53 years, you must improve on the brand. Even non-brand, if you permit me to say, Coca-Cola and Pepsi still do advertising.
Yes.
Coca-Cola spends so much on its advertising budget, you can't believe it. So everything needs rebranding.
Yeah.
We need to rebrand the Lagos Trade Fair.
Our feedback is
and
good.
not go on the usual
the way it is has always been. Yes.
There's a lot that technology can do to rebrand the Lagos International Trade Fair. More so because the federal government, Nigeria is now in the forefront of economic development in West Africa and in Africa. And this is what we should highlight. We should also put in some amount of tourism. We cannot do anything without our culture and tradition. And I can't see anything cultural. I can't see anything indigenous. I can't see anything that will allow somebody from Isaleko and saying that I'm going to the trade fair. I'm not going to buy anything. I want to see the people from Ghana. Then you will see fashion. And then so many issues will surface when we rebrand. And tourism will have a pride of place there. The protection, consumer protection agency council too, led by my brother Tunji Oseni, should have been there too to tell us that now you must face the Nigerian consumer. Now the Nigerian consumer is now aware of the pitfalls of manufacturing. So you must do things properly in Nigeria as regards. So those of you, your embassies are here, those of your nationals are bringing substandard products in Nigeria. We won't tolerate anymore.
So those conversations
can take very intellectual discussion.
Yes. I was really going to dovetail from that and then send it back to Omevi. Because, I mean, like I said, I did visit, and one of the questions I asked some of the vendors is, if you were in your normal place of sales, compared to here, how much sales have you made? And one of the things many of them did admit to was that, well, people don't usually visit where they are, because that place is a market, right? Yes. But they didn't have as much sales. And I asked, I said, but what was your aim coming here? Was it to sell, or was it to be known? One admitted to what Baba Actoria said, we wanted to correct an impression. I don't want to mention the brand. The brand had a court case with a lady who came and said they had one. They are there.
Yes,
so it was one of the feedback that I got. He said this place allows us to now communicate with people and then get people. So it wasn't about sales for them. But then again, what else are the benefits for a small scale business to be at a trade fair?
Like Baba rightly said, awareness. Now, they've come to the trade fair. Someone like me who doesn't know about that particular product goes to the trade fair to buy another product. And I got to see it. Of course, the product got my attention. And I looked at it. The person starts telling me about that particular product. The person is already marketing the product to me, selling it to me, of course, trying to get my interest. And maybe the price may not be so high.
But
and
now you know about the product.
Okay, why don't I just try it?
Okay.
And maybe I eventually I tried it and I liked it. They've won me over. I'm already a customer.
Yes.
You know, that's one customer they're looking for. So that majorly, for small brands that are not known, even if they do not sell, if they can get people to know their product, the moment they see it at that particular place, the next time they go to a mall, to a shopping mall, or to the market, or anywhere, and they see that particular product, they will remember that at trade fair, I saw this particular product, and I liked it. So why don't I just give it a try?
Again, yes.
So that's what
I recommend to other people, right?
You get it. So now that person, that product, before you know it, they start to get a customer. With, of course, with the other adverts they'll be putting in place. And you will not tell me that, apart from creating awareness for that particular brand or the product, you will not tell me that they are not going to make at least some sales.
Some sales, right?
Those definitely
but
sell.
It may not be the same way they are selling it in their places.
Yes, that's because they've not been known in other places. For instance, a product that is selling so well in Ghana may not be doing so well in
Nigeria. Different environments. But now you know about it because it's a different place.
So you are going to tell someone else to just try it. I tried it and it was good. So why don't you just give it a try?
I wish I could do promo for them because I did try one chocolate from Ghana and Baba, it was dope. It was so sweet. I had to ask the lady. She said, "Oh no, this is pure cocoa.
Yeah.
It had no sugar in it. It was pure cocoa from the Ghanaian farm." Shout out to GEPA, I think the Ghanaian Exports Promotion Agency Authority. I missed the name again, but I know it was Ghana Export. I said they had to bring in 40 businesses from Ghana, and they were doing textile, they were doing beads, they were doing beverages that we could consume. There was even one that I did with Idan Pod. You know Idan Pod that we have here. Yes. We noticed when we entered, they were just perceiving pepper soup in the air. And I had to ask my colleague, like, where is the pepper soup stand? They said, no. It was the Idan pods. They had this. They said, then the lady started explaining to me that it cleanses your system. And by the hand, I said, we use this thing to eat pepper soup every day.
Yeah.
To us. So I did like the fact that this particular one, 2025, here in Lagos, shout out to the LCCI. They did a fantastic job to do this collaboration with ECOWAS. And then maybe it's a way for us to just tell people to go there, right? But then again, I think they didn't do so much in terms of publicity because if we were not here, if we were not in this environment, we probably would have noticed that this was going on.
Yes, and again, I'm not cutting you short. You also agree with me that Nigeria is a very big market for African products, for any product as
with the AFCTA that just passed.
So if you are coming, other countries are coming to Nigeria to come and sell. For instance, you just use Ghana as an instance.
Yes.
Saying they came in with 40 brands.
40 businesses, yes.
Businesses came to Nigeria. That's because they believe that, yes, the Nigerian market has it. Has the
visibility and everything,
of course, you understand. So they know that from Lagos, if they can be known in Lagos, they believe they will be known in every part of Nigeria. And of course, they will
This
sell.
morning, I was going through the newspapers, and I read that NAFDAC is affirming that the ban on saturated alcohol will be enforced. I thought NAFDAC could have gone to the trade fair and say that.
To make that kind of announcement, I mean,
a fantastic opportunity to but here they are. I'm sure by this evening they will have soldiers and policemen rounding people up without notice. And that's what I talk about, public information.
Enlightenment, it's not so much.
Our manufacturers are not doing anything about it. And I'll tell you for free that there is nothing wrong for small-scale industries. People selling barley, people selling whatever.
All these small
snacks, little things, lined up, give them a space to be had.
Rather than them paying for those spaces, why you just allow them?
But I think they actually have.
No.
Not inside.
Around.
Okay, you want it from life.
I know it's doable. I do hope that we see the possibilities of the trade fair, especially the current one that is going on. We'll just probably tell people to go see for themselves and then probably send us feedback. That would be great. But one thing I do know is efforts were made with the current one, because I visited there and I asked a couple of questions, but they can do more.
Some information. My neighbor, yesterday evening, told me that he saw 6 different types of matches. Indonesia, India. I thought that was an eye-opener for our, what do you call it? Because market intelligence people, or even the SCCI itself, to look at issues like this. 6 different types of matches produced in Nigeria, exported into Nigerians.
Okay.
What our
manufacturers No, like I said, there are so many lessons to take away, and I do know that when conversations like this are had, it makes people more inquisitive. At the same time, it makes them ask the right questions. We do know that it is from maybe failures that success is made. We're not going to hamper so much about so many things that had gone wrong at the trade fair. What will this? When we see them, we can mention them and then make sure.
Government has said that it will encourage investors.
Yeah.
Now they should walk the talk. This is an opportunity to tell investors that, well, forget about this religious or whatever. Lagos is the commercial hub of West Africa. Forget you can't.
And it did work. We did work. Of course, we'll go a very, very short break. Thank you so much to my co-anchors. They said I should not call them guests. Co-anchors who joined us to talk about the trade fair. But then again, just to highlight, the LCCI has brought together the ECOWAS arrangement when it comes to trade fair. It's currently happening at the Tafawa Balewa Square. It's going to run till Sunday, I think, before it wraps up. But go there, go check out some of the trading that is happening in that place, and go feast your eyes. If that's all the best you can do, you don't have pocket money in your pocket, right?
You want to go for window shopping?
You will, yes.
I mean, but then again, just visit there and ask questions. There's Black Friday happening too as well, in case you want to know that's happening at that place. So do well to go visit on the 14th. That's when it's wrapping up. I just have to clarify that one. 14th of Friday, which is Black Friday. I hope the prices are going to be
Black Friday. The prices are supposed to be slashed, slashed completely.
Trade fairs are actually good places for people to network, people to meet newer brands, get to learn about marketplaces, market business, market negotiations that needs to happen. And as Baba has rightly pointed out, it's a place for you to also correct impressions that people have about your business and your products as well. It's also a good place to take feedback. So do well to be there. If you missed out on this one, go visit it next week. We'll go on a break, and when we come back, of course, we'll be taking another X segment of Just Africa. Do not go anywhere, and of course, do follow us on all our social media platforms.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ancient customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insight, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV. In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and its strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from Fiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor, tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Goré's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Juge Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and Dakar's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome to Cash Crafts, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow, literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2, landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3, garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups. A steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4, horticultural farming. Now, grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you're skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever path you choose, start with research. Visit local horticultural centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. In a world choking on stress, pollution, and processed food, green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft. Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we'll travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the part 2 of Just Africa. Many thanks for joining us. I believe you had a good time with Bayo Lawi, Omivi Dolo, and Emmanuel Amolo. Well, we have a fantastic guest in the studio this afternoon, but before then, let me intimate you with what we will be talking about. We're talking about the homegrown branding, and it refers to the process of developing, positioning, and promoting brands that originate from within the continent of Africa. Brands that draw inspiration from indigenous knowledge, local craftsmanship, languages, and cultural experiences. The topic therefore explores how locally developed brands and communication strategies are influencing Africa's social values, aesthetics, and global perception. It highlights the power of authentic African storytelling and the shift from dependency on foreign brand models to creating African-centric identities that resonate both locally and internationally. In essence, it's about how Africans are taking ownership of their narrative through design, communication, and enterprise, and transforming these into tools for empowering pride and economic independence. I will not be doing this by myself. But before I introduce our guests, let me still keep the cat in the bag. But before then, Omivi, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I believe the viewers were screaming when they saw you on screen that you've been away for a while.
Yeah.
And you're back today.
For 5 days, that was a long time, though.
Yes, and so we're talking about brands and communication today.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing that Africans are taking over their own stories. They are shaping their own, telling their own stories by themselves. Before now, most of our styles, our music, our ideas were all foreign. And one of them, I wasn't involved back then. Maybe I wasn't born then, but when you hear the music back then, they tell you that they are dancing to yup, all this kind of stuff, not to what we are having now. Right now, we are talking about African music. Right now, we're talking about African food. Right now, we are talking about African beads, our earrings, stuff, our clothes. They are now Africans. You know, it is something beautiful. It is better than someone else telling us about who we are. Now we are telling the story by ourselves that, yes, this is who we are. You don't need to tell our own story for us. And, you know, Africans are putting themselves out there better than the way the world has always put us there. Now, when you go to other countries, I would have loved to mention a brand, but, you know, this is,
you paid for
it wasn't paid for. But when you go out there now, you see people, even the white, using ashoki.
Yeah, okay.
You see people using our African lace, our gili. Now, when those from the Western world are getting married to our own people, now you not see them tie our clothes.
Yes. Okay.
And there was one I saw the white guy with the Igbo staff, of course, with the akboshe. I said, yes, this is who we are. Okay. So we have to keep selling our brand. And it's a beautiful thing because you are putting Africa on the global stage and telling the rest of the world that what we have, it's comfortable to wear. It's nice. I love it when I see people make content and you see a white man eating our gari, our eba with a goosey soup. Yes, that's the kind of story we want to hear.
Great. Well, to drive us further in telling the African stories in a different way, most especially through communication, we have in the studios right here live with us Aisha Ibrahim. But she is a seasoned communication professional and branding expert and the founder of AO2, I hope I got that right, AO2 Links and Branding Communications. It's a dynamic agency dedicated to helping African brands discover their voice and global identity with over a decade of experience in strategic communications, marketing, and brand development. Aisha has worked with top-tier clients across corporate, entertainment, and social sectors, crafting narratives that celebrate authenticity and purpose. Passionate about Africa's creative renaissance, she champions the idea that branding is not just about logos, it's about legacy. Her work continues to inspire businesses to think beyond profit and to tell stories that shape perception, power, culture, and build trust. Aisha Ibrahim, welcome to Just Africa.
Thank you. As in that introduction was it was on point. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
You're very much welcome. So or maybe Dola was, saying something from them, but I want to hear it from you. When we talk about branding, and when I was looking at your profile, craftsmanship, turning local things into this way that it is globally receptive. So, in fact, first of all, how did you find yourself there?
Okay.
And what's driving you?
So I've always been very passionate. I've always been a very brand conscious person, and I've always been very passionate about Africa, like our potential. And then I like how the narrative has shifted from imitating the Western culture to now identity. And it's not just identity. Like, we're bold with it. Like, there is ownership. There is this boldness. Like, I'll tell you an interesting story about my outfits, like how I was conflicted on what to wear to come for the show. Okay. In terms of like, okay, should I put on a blazer? Should I put on a corporate dress? Like, what exactly would I wear? And in that chaos in my thoughts, I was like, wait, I'm coming to a show called Just Africa. I can as well just put on my pretty Ankara dress. Why not flaunt it? Do you understand? There is a new breed of creatives with the audacity to refuse to hide their roots. Like there's just this boldness. People are owning it. People are loving it. And it's almost as if the more you own it, the more you love it, the more people are drawn to you.
Okay.
Like brands are now very audacious with African, like the whole Africanness. Like it's now like it is the new cool. Let me put it like that. Being African is the new cool.
Okay.
So the whole thing is just very interesting to see. There are so many brands doing so many amazing, awesome things currently, and it's really beautiful to see the way Africa communications and branding, the way it has evolved from imitation, copying to just boldness, originality, confidence. You know, it's really awesome to see.
I'm going to ask you what led to that breakthrough in the minds of Africans. But before then, maybe you should tell us a little about branding.
Okay.
And the significance of it to brands.
Okay. Branding is everything. I mean, even coming to this show, Just Africa, I have like branding from the logo is deeper than a logo. It's human connection, it's storytelling, it's even to the colors, like it's a whole journey. It's like from an idea to strategy to comms to it's a full package. Do you understand? And then the interesting thing about branding now is you have to connect to human beings. They have to understand. Gone are those days when you package a brand. These days you have to do deep emotional storytelling that people can relate to, so that they are drawn to your brand. So branding is a whole emotional experience now. No more like everybody like why should I buy this dress? Why should I patronize this bank? Do you understand? People are now very deep now with their branding choices. People are now bold with their branding stories. So it has really evolved over the years. And then I feel like if you are a business, you need to take your branding seriously. You need to be very, very brand conscious. If not, you'll be in trouble, serious trouble.
Do you think we are branding, the African branding we're doing right now, do you think we're just doing a branding to put our identity out there, just for people to like us, or there's something that people are doing consciously to make sales and just for profit making? Which would you think we're doing?
I think it's more of like boldness and confidence. I don't think it's like to make sales. I think people are just maybe tired of copying, imitating the Western culture. People are just like, so they're just like being, original. Like, let me stay true to myself. Let me stay true to my roots. And then they try out stuff like the original local homegrown ideas, homegrown experiences, and they see it works. Like, they see that it can actually sell a brand, and they're like, okay, this is actually working, so why not stick to this? And then other brands are saying that, oh, okay, if this brand is doing this, then I can as well also tell my own story, own it, and then be bold about it. So I think it's more of like you've tried it, and then you can see that it works based on experiences, even turning it to sales. You can see yes, you can see the profits, but then at the same time, it's more of like just this ownership, and then the confidence that comes with it.
Is it possible for us to, with the way things are going, modernization, civilization, if I have to use that word, do you think there is a way we can actually promote the African identity without diluting our culture, our communication, the African thing? Is it possible for us to really put it out there without doing some diluting?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, there are so many amazing brands that are doing that already. I mean, if I must say, there's this brand I truly admire currently, QIB Productions. They are doing immersive storytelling with interactive theater, unique storytelling. It's an immersive experience. It's ours. They're like the pioneers of interactive theater, which I see being like one of the greatest exports coming out of Nigeria. Do you understand? So I feel like there's so many brands really doing so many bold things. I mean, just recently, Lagos Fashion Week won the 2025 Headshot Prize. You can imagine reinventing fashion on that level globally, and at the same time making a difference that you are winning a prize. Like, I think they won over £1 million or something like that. There's this fashion brand I admire, my favorite fashion brand in the world. I've learned to stop saying favorite fashion brand in Africa or fashion brand in Nigeria. My favorite fashion brand in the world is called Kilenta.
Sorry, just a moment. We need to quickly go on a break. We'll be back in a moment and we'll continue the conversation. Do stay with us.
Hi,
My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers. All of that, you can just pick any. Needed tools: cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread.
Welcome back. We've started, but not for long. We're still having a conversation with Aisha Ibrahim. She's a seasoned professional when we talk about communications and branding. So I was going to ask you, sorry, I had to butt in when you were speaking earlier. Yes. Okay, so I was going to ask, how do you brand? Because I just don't want to wear anything, appear in public, and because in going for classes, sometimes you've been told branding goes beyond the logo, it goes beyond the product, it goes beyond it. You as a human being, as a professional, you can brand yourself. The way you carry yourself, your carriage, your gait, the way you work, the way you attire yourself, and all of. So if we are talking about a product, yes, I know you've spoken how we need to make both the product and the people using the product connect. So let's talk about Africa as a continent. We are seen as a third world country, third world continent. There are a lot of things that are supposed to be going right that is not going wrong, that is going wrong at the moment. So you are a brand professional. So if we're to move a little, how do we translate brand being an African? Maybe we've started with the attire and it looks quite receptive and acceptable globally. But we need to brand ourselves as Africans. How do we do that?
Okay. I think to start with, Africans need to have more confidence, like in Africa. Do you understand? Like look at what I said. I said before we went on a break, I was trying to highlight one of my favorite fashion brands, and I said in the world. Like it takes that consciousness for you to be able to say, oh, because most times you put Africa in it. Like it takes that consciousness for you to say, oh, my favorite, I love this brand, and it's not just because it's an African, I love this brand, and it's not just because it is an African brand. I love this brand because I see it as a globally accepted brand. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then you ask an interesting question. What the whole branding package, okay, aside it connecting to human emotions and whatnot, what else involves, like what else comes when you speak of branding? Consistency. consistency. You have to show up consistently. You can't just come today in a certain way. Maybe today you're wearing orange, tomorrow you're wearing purple, next tomorrow you're wearing black. Like, let people understand, like, let's say, like, let people understand your path. Do you understand? Like, if you are saying that you're a newscaster now, okay, how do you show up every day as that newscaster? Like, what is your style? What is your flow? You just have those things that naturally build up like a path for you, and then you find your own
peculiar
to you, unique to you. Do you understand? I can already see your different styles in like how you communicate and how you pass your message across. Do you understand? That's branding. That's your identity. That's ownership. Those are things that you can own, and with so much boldness, it becomes a whole package. Do you understand? You as a person, for personal branding now, you're now more brand conscious. You get like a personal photographer. There's a reason why some personal brands stand out, because they are doing things differently. They are conscious of certain things. Do you understand? They are conscious of their lifespan. They are conscious of time. They're conscious of relevance. They're conscious of the next 10 years. Like some people are just waking up. Some people are already thinking of the next 10 years, the next 5 years, and they're putting all that in their branding. Even how your social media captions, you have to really be strategic about the things you post, what you post, yes, your captions, your pictures, is all part of branding.
The content you like.
The things you like, thank you. The things you like, because you can, these days you can, if I follow you on a certain, on Instagram now, and I check a certain place, I can see that you liked a certain post. So I have an idea of, so those things make up your personal brand. Do you understand? So those are, all these little details may seem like, oh, it's just small, but then those are things that I can use to tell a whole story about you. Do you understand? So that is, like, branding is a whole package. It's a full-time package.
Okay, so it's a beautiful thing that we're talking about African brands right now, and how we position ourselves for the global world to see us. Now, I have been wearing this, for instance, maybe for a very long time. And someone said that, do you know, it doesn't make you look authentic. It doesn't make you look civilized. Wow. That was also an African. Wow. Now, there are many people like that out there who do not even, I would not say they do not believe in African products and all that. Now, the question is, do you think that even Africans believe in our own made in Africa? Because some of them still want to buy what the Western world, what they bring in. Do you really think that we believe so much in what they have made in Africa? Do you think they believe so much in it?
I think, in all fairness, it has improved compared to before. I know that there was a time when people did not believe in African, made in Africa, whatever. But there's an like, I cannot deny that it has evolved. Do you understand? I cannot deny the growth. I cannot deny the fact that at least now you can go to a party and then it's strictly Nigerian music you're hearing, and then you're having an awesome time. Do you understand? And our fashion is on a high level. Our entertainment is amazing. Do you understand? But then I still feel like there's still so much work that needs to be done in that confidence of owning it completely. Yes, there are still some people that are still, will I use the word, they're not exposed to the level of creativity of what Africans can do. Some people are still marveled by, oh my goodness, this came from Africa. Do you understand? And then there are still those people that still, maybe they will only be comfortable if things are outsourced to certain internationals or foreigners. Do you understand? Which is a bit confusing. There are still people like that. But then I think that in all fairness, over the years, it has really evolved. Like people are now embracing it. People are now owning it. People are now owning, and being authentic is now the new premium.
Okay, so no, you think our people are no longer looking for validation?
I cannot, so it's like a 50-50 thing. I know that there was a time when it wasn't there at all. And I've seen improvements, right? It wasn't okay to be cool. It wasn't okay to own your Africanness. It wasn't okay to like, for me to show up like this, for her to wear her bracelet with so much confidence. It wasn't okay for me to, do you understand? Maybe I would have, like, let me just wear a blazer. But then now, people are now, you know, they're gradually, I'll say it's a gradual, we still have work to do. It's a path. And I think that everybody has a part to play. It's not just the government, even as individuals, everybody has a part to play.
Okay, so some persons believe that African branding, that our problem is not in storytelling.
Okay.
It's really about storytelling and not quality gap. That we have the quality, but our storytelling is the problem. What do you have to say about that?
Our storytelling, we still have a lot of work to do with our storytelling. I mean, I can see so many brands are trying to adapt, especially with our festivals, right? Our local festivals. You can see what is happening with the Durban Festival, the Ojudoba Festival, with the New Yam Festival in the East. So I feel like more brands need to adapt. Like, there are still so many things that can still be done on an upscale level. Like, we still have a lot of stories to tell that the world has not seen yet. And I feel like even starting from us, the news stations, we still have work to do in terms of creating awareness to people, like to show people what is happening. Do you understand? I'm very certain that several people don't know that Lagos Fashion Week recently won an headshot prize. Do you understand? There are just so many brilliant African minds doing awesome things that I just feel like it's like we still have a lot of impactful stories to tell, and then we need to showcase it to the world, our own way, our own style, but it's up to us, literally. If we don't do it, nobody will do it for us.
Okay. So there are so many things that contribute in telling the stories of a brand. For some of the brands that that are not local, that are foreign. When you said this specific brand is in America, it's made in America, it's made in Italy. Africans, we seem to, most especially Nigerians, we have this insatiable taste for foreign products.
Sure.
And sometimes I seem want to go with that kind of argument, and they're telling you brand or whatever item is locally made or produced, there's an expectation, there's a specific standard in the minds of people that they want that brand to attain before it could win,
over.
You could win them over. And whilst they are doing that, they are putting you in comparison with other brands in the same sector. So, and they are judging from their minds. As a result of that, some of our brothers from the Southeast will say, oh, they make good shoes, but they're not going to put made in Nigeria, they're going to put made in Italy.
Because that is what it will get people to buy it.
Even though their brands are, if we look at it quality-wise, it's competitive. So, is it psychological, or what exactly is it? No, you are the brand professional.
It's a psychological thing, like I said, and then confidence plays a role with it. Do you understand? I feel like there are some fashion brands that are bold with African prints, and they are doing well globally. Do you understand? They are doing so well globally. So I still feel like it's a confidence thing. I mean, those made in Aba products, like you said, their quality is top-notch as well. But then a typical African will see that and be like, oh, I'd rather just go to Italy, let me go and buy my, do you understand? Let me go and patronize Italian leather and all that. But then that's why I said that we still have so much work to do. We have to internalize the confidence, believe more in our brands, own our stories, own our narratives, and push it out there. Do you understand? So it's a psychological thing. It's not that those brands in Italy cannot match our standards. Do you understand? But it starts from our upbringing, from schools, like what are we teaching our students? Like, do you understand that kind of thing? Like the confidence, just owning that authentic identity and that whole package.
So there, we talked about, we referenced the Ojude-Oba.
Yes.
And so during that season, if those who are preparing to attend that festival, because of the attire that were worn in that, the economy in that state or wherever they at that specific point in time is going to boom.
Thank you. Exactly.
So how can we, through culture, through movies or through music, promote African brand for you to get this recognition? There are African movies too that have done that. But please.
Okay, how else can we promote it? I mean, social media is like one of the greatest tools now in terms of doing like promo. Like if you want to go viral right now, you can literally go viral. Do you understand? With the right strategy, with the right messaging, with the right communication. So I feel like digital media has a role to play. Ojude-Oba and all these festivals they just gain prominence like few.
Yes.
So it wasn't like a thing, not so long. So and then digital media, social media played a part. Do you understand? Like with contributing to the awareness, pushing the message across, getting people to understand, oh, what's this festival about? Because it impacts the economy in a very positive way. Yes. Like you said, like you see heritage, you see culture, you see roots. Those are businesses for people, business opportunities, like from makeup artists to the traditional attires, to the African prints, to the jewelry, to the accessories. There's a lot happening there. So digital social media, consistency in messaging, and then us also owning our stories and putting it out there more. Okay. So I think those things will play a huge part in in taking it to another level.
Okay, so African creatives, brands owners and the likes.
Yes.
What do you think that there is need for them to collaborate with those in the Western world to push our identity, to push our product, to push the African brands before we can be globally recognized? Oh, okay, let's say
we're already recognized
before. What should I use?
Probably
completely
get to the finish line. Do you really think we need them? We need to collaborate with them before we can achieve that certain level the world expects us to be, or we can actually do it on our own?
We don't need them. I can tell you for free as a branding professional, we don't. We can own our stories. We can go all the way there by ourselves. I have that confidence in Africa. We don't need to collaborate with any Western industry or anything to get people to see us for us.
But in the music industry, we've seen that many times. For instance, I'll go with what's his name? What's this guy? Rema. Is it Rema or who that did Calm Down?
Yeah, it's Rema.
Yes. Now, when he did Calm Down, of course it did sell, but when he collaborated with a foreign artist, the song went global, more than it was. Now, would you say that was just an African effort, or because it was a collaboration?
Okay, so, I mean, the artist in mind, I think, is Selena Gomez that he collaborated with, and you're right, you have a point. He released that song initially, it wasn't really doing so well, and then when they did the collaboration, I mean, but then that's speaking to just one part of the music industry. We still have so many artists. I mean, we have a fella that did music on a global level without any collaboration. Do you understand? We have Sonny Ade, we have people, Asha. Do you understand? We have people that have really put Africa on a global level. Do you understand? And then without any collaboration. So that's why I have that confidence that we can actually do this. We even have movies that are doing so well, do you understand, on that level as well. Fashion, creatives, our influencers, really owning the narrative, do you understand? So I feel we don't need them to get to that finish line. No, we need to own it ourselves. We need to be bold about it. We need to be confident with it, and we can tell our story. And
government policies, African government policies. When I say African government right now, you know, I'm talking about individual countries, all the countries that makes up the African continent. Do you think the policies they're making, are the policies that are actually helping the African brand, the made in Africa? Do you think those policies are pushing our brands enough into the global stage, or we just see the policies are just kind of maybe putting us behind or dragging us behind? Do you think the policies are strong enough to help the African brands thrive on the global stage?
I think they can do better. There's a lot of improvements that needs to be done there. I mean, government policies are very, very critical to push these narratives to the level that we want it to be. There's no denying that. Do you understand? But then I feel like a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of we need more policies to be able to protect intellectual properties. See what is happening with YouTube. Do you understand? Like it's really crazy how you can watch a movie on YouTube, a Nollywood movie on YouTube, and then you are seeing so many watermarks. And then you're wondering why you're seeing these watermarks. But they have to do that to protect their intellectual properties, because you find out that other countries are dubbing these movies and then airing it on their stations. That's stealing someone's intellectual properties. So we need more policies to protect intellectual property.
But even some of our governments, I don't know what you have to tell them. Some of our government officials, when I love it when I see some of our officials, they go for events and they are wearing the African brands. Instead of wearing certain clothes when you're going for events, what do you have to tell our leaders who don't patronize made in Africa? Instead, we patronize the foreign products. When we want to buy cars, we go over And why we have them in Africa, when we want to buy certain things that we know we have them in Africa, which should actually make our economy to be better. Instead of doing that, we go out there to patronize them. What message or what message do you have to tell?
Let me face them. Ladies, look at me. I'm wearing African and I look okay. I do not need to adapt. I do not need to be polished or form aesthetics or whatever. Look, I'm owning my Africanness, and then I look awesome in it. I came to the show, I'm confident, I feel beautiful, I feel great. Please wear more African, be bold about it. It's the new cool, trust me. Don't sleep on African brands, don't sleep on your Africanness. Own it with so much boldness and creativity, and the world will be your oyster, trust me.
Okay. Now, so AO2 Links, what do you
branding and communications. AO2 Link Branding and Communications is a branding and communications agency that is into personal branding, corporate branding, and organizational branding. We help brands to elevate their voice. We help brands to push them to success. We help brands to feel more visible, more seen, and we help brands to tell their stories, connect more. Like I mentioned earlier, there's so much more to branding than logos, right? And just naming a brand. You have to have a connection to. Like you have to have a deep connection. You have to have your own niche. You have to have your own human angle. People need to be able to relate to you. You need to understand what you're about. You can't just come out and say, "Oh, come and buy my dress. It's 1 million naira. Why should I buy your dress?" Do you understand? Why should I spend 1 million naira? There are people that are doing it, but why? Do you understand? There's a whole process that goes into branding, and that's what AO2 Link is here for, to bridge the gap between where a brand is and where a brand needs to be. So that is the idea of AO2 Link Branding and Communications.
Okay, so in your experience in branding other organizations, what are the things that you've seen in your experience that you think brands should adopt when they come out? Things that they should prevent, then what are the challenges there?
Okay, I think brands should adopt more, they should be more relatable. Do you understand? Before you come out with a branding messaging or a campaign or marketing campaign, you have to understand your target audience, but like you understand them, be more relatable, do your due diligence, do your market research, your demographics, like relate, be seasonal, like be sensitive, be like understand what people need, understand their needs, understand people's emotions, understand what will solve, like you have to start thinking of how to solve problems. You have to be proactive. Do you understand? As a brand, it's not just more about appearing and telling people, come and buy this, come and buy that. What problem are you solving? Why do I need to? Do you understand? As a brand, brands need to address that more, appeal more to human emotions, right? And then your second question, you spoke about challenges in the branding. I think some of the challenges we face are that some brands are still not aware of the creatives, like the high level of creativity in Africa. Like people are still outsourcing to the Western. Like people are still trying to maybe if I need like a photographer, you can fly in some international photographer just to come and capture an event just because he's an international photographer, and then you're even putting it out there to create more buzz for your events. So I think there is still a lot of work still needs to be done in terms of like believing more in like the creatives in Africa so that we can keep the money in Africa, keep the money in our economy. Do you understand that kind of thing? And I also feel like another challenge that is there are still some people in leadership that still find Western standards to be the standard. Do you understand? And then that affects, I have these clients that always insist that, even like we already know before we send a response to his brief, we already know that, well, what is the Niger factor? He likes, like when he's brief, like for his organization, he's always particular about the Niger factor. So we need more people in leadership to be more practical and more intentional about African branding, like the Africanness in that, and that also helps with the confidence of your employees as well to be able to like project Africa out there more.
Okay. So I have two more questions to have before we go better. Well, our time is almost up here, and I'm sure that maybe also have lots of questions, but inside of that too, maybe for the next 3 minutes, we'll be able to run that up. So now, you mentioned the thing about flying in others. If you had to quantify or if you had to monetize how much we are losing as a country because we refuse to patronize our own brands, how much would you put that that figure. And secondly, there's a demography.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about the university students.
Yeah.
Forget them, they're not thinking Africa.
Mm.
They're not. How can we solve that problem?
Okay, for the university students, I think we need to do more with maybe how we need to do more with our modules in education. Like, okay, with branding, I think we need to let them know that branding is way more than logo design. Branding is deep. Branding has to do with strategy, storytelling. They need to be aware about that. And I think with that would also explore their interest more, like in understanding, okay, in Africanness, okay, like there's so much more in Africa. There's storytelling, there's culture, there's heritage, there's roots. There's so many things that they can own. Like, and then I think with that, our youth will be able to be drawn more towards Africa. And then I also feel like we have a lot of work to do in terms of like mentorship, leadership, and internship. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to the youths, especially when you have opportunities in youth service and internship. Please seek for practical, professional experiences, right? I can't imagine, like, you can imagine an organization with a corper and intern, and then you see them as errand boys or errand girls to go and buy lunch, food, or to go and buy you drinks. No, they are there to work, gather experience, learn, and everything. So I'd like to use this opportunity to address the youths and let them know that when they are in a position to gather professional experience, they should soak it in. They should ask for realistic professional experience that can help them improve and their skills. Gone are those days when, you know, a typical intern is in the office and then you're not seeing the intern as someone that can add value to the organization, or as someone that you can even add value to. Do you understand? But then you're seeing the intern as someone that's, oh, let her get you coffee. Let her bring your laptop bag. No, do you understand? She's there to learn. Like, her journey has started. So I think that is where the problem is. So I feel like if we address those little things, then you find youths down more.
I don't know if you can use 30 seconds to tell us one of our success stories, being a founder of a branding organization.
Okay, one of my success stories is with this brand, QIB Productions, being able to convert their followership from 20 followers to like 10,000 organic followers. Wow. I feel like, and the visibility for QIB Productions.
What was the duration period that you were able to achieve that?
We were able to achieve that in a year. Which is really awesome.
Organically.
And it's they're the pioneers of interactive theater. It's fresh in the market. It's immersive. Interactive theater is the new cool entertainment. You know, it's really a big deal, and that's why I see it as one of, like, in the next 2 years, I see it as one of our major exports from Africa globally. Do you understand? Because it's immersive theater. So just picture yourself in a setting, and then the actors and actresses are acting around you within your space. They're asking you questions, they're engaging you, asking for your opinion. Oh, what do you think about this? Oh, do you think I should break up with him? And then you're like, oh yeah, break up with him. And then they break up with him in your presence. Yes, it breaks it's really
you
fresh.
Are living in the reality.
Yeah, living in the
movie.
I'm telling you.
Great.
So you're not just there to watch the play, you are equally a part of the play. So it's awesome, top-notch quality entertainment. I'm telling you that the world is not ready. That's why I'm very bold and confident that Africa can tell our own stories on that level, like she mentioned, on the finished scale by ourselves without any assistance from any Western entity.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We would have loved to continue with this conversation, but time is telling us we need to go. And very briefly, Aisha Ibrahim is a seasoned communication professional, a branding expert, and a founder of AO2 Links and Branding Communications. It's a dynamic agency, rather, dedicated to helping African brands discover their voice globally and also their identity. With over a decade of experience in strategic communication, in marketing, brand development, Aisha has worked with top-tier clients across corporate, entertainment, and social sector, crafting narratives that celebrate authenticity and purpose. She's passionate about Africa's creative renaissance. You can see what she's wearing. She also champions the idea that branding is not just about logos, it's about legacy. Her work continues to inspire businesses to think beyond profit and to tell stories that shape perception, empower culture, and build trust. Thank you so much for your time with us. It's been
a
nice time.
I had so much fun. I don't feel like leaving. I feel like staying, spending my entire day with you guys. This was a very engaging, interesting conversation. Thank you.
Yes, we look forward to having you again.
Oh, yeah, sure, definitely.
Okay.
In another print.
Yeah, of course. It's really speaking the language of the program,
yes,
Just Africa.
Thank you.
And at this moment, I think it's time for us to leave the studio. It's time for us to draw the curtain. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. It's been a fantastic moment with you and Just Africa. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, SOUQ News TV. Good afternoon to you.
And I am Umevi Idolo. Many thanks for watching.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly complex was within the TBS.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is a member, Honorary International Investors Council. Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the letter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitator, are very, very excellent. we appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi state government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. When I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease the man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, you know, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one and the most that I can call a radical one was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting clerks, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having that 3/1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20 100%, and it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have one or two issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back, to be able
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria's debt may hit 193 trillion naira, with the government planning on acquiring new loans. President Bola Tinubu approves 2025 oil block licensing to boost upstream production. Vietnam and United States closing on landmark deal to cut $111 billion trade gap. United Kingdom businesses urge Chancellor to grant tax relief, warn against further hikes. Super Eagles boycott training over bonus dispute. Nigeria's total public debt could rise by 40.61 trillion naira to reach 193 trillion naira if all loan requests submitted by President Bola Tinubu in 2025 are approved and fully disbursed. That is, according to an analysis. This potential surge represents a 26.6% increase over the current debt stock of 152.4 trillion naira as of June 30, 2025. Which includes 71.85 trillion naira in external debt and 80.55 trillion naira in domestic borrowings. The Debt Management Office used an official exchange rate of 1,529 naira per dollar for its latest assessment. The rising debt profile reflects growing fiscal pressure and foreign exchange exposure. Analysts warn that while the funds may support infrastructure and reforms, Nigeria risks worsening its debt sustainability unless stronger revenue strategies and spending discipline are implemented. President Bola Tinubu has approved the commencement of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory NUPRC 2025 licensing round, set to begin December 1, 2025, aimed at unlocking undeveloped oil and gas fields with a focus on gas assets. The announcement was made by NUPRC Chief Executive Benga Komolafe during the project's 1 million barrel per day additional production investment forum in London. The initiative seeks to accelerate upstream production by bringing previously discovered but unexploited fields into commercial operation. Investors will be provided detailed guidelines on the blocks available, pre-qualification requirements and submission deadlines. Komolafe highlighted the need for collaboration among stakeholders to tackle funding challenges and boost production, noting that the crude output currently averages 1.71 million barrels per day. Legislative leaders, including the chairman of the House and Senate Petroleum Committees, reassured investors that the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 will remain intact to ensure a business-friendly environment. Key sector executives, including leaders from Seplat, Total Energies Nigeria, and ExxonMobil Nigeria, attended the forum to explore investment opportunities in Nigeria's upstream sector. Vice President Kashim Shettima has announced that the federal government is on the brink of a major digital breakthrough through the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. Speaking at the Digital Nigeria International Conference 2025 in Abuja, Shettima described the bill as a policy shift comparable to the impact of the cashless policy on fintech. He said the new law will institutionalize smarter governance systems and catalyze the full-scale GovTech revolution. According to him, the bill currently is in its final legislative stages and will promote transparency, efficiency, and inclusive service delivery nationwide. His Excellency emphasized that digital governance is central to the administration's economic and public service reform agenda. A new World Bank report has revealed that Nigeria's social safety net programs are largely ineffective, with only 44% of total benefits reaching the nation's poorest citizens. This comes despite billions of naira spent annually to alleviate hardship. Titled The State of Social Safety Nets in Nigeria, the November 2025 report criticizes poor targeting, fragmented implementation, and weak funding as major obstacles hindering impact. It highlights that most vulnerable Nigerians remain excluded from relief schemes designed to support them. The report calls for urgent reforms to ensure efficient delivery of safety net programs with better data, coordination and funding mechanisms. It warns that unless the government addresses these structural flaws, its poverty reduction goals may remain out of reach, deepening inequality and economic vulnerability. Nigeria's telecoms industry recorded an all-time high operating expenditure of 5.85 trillion naira in 2024, an 80% jump from 3.16 trillion in 2023, according to new data from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. The NCC attributed the spike to rising right-of-way charges, persistent inflation, forex volatility, and surging energy costs. These combined factors significantly strained the financial health of network operators, limiting expansion efforts and increasing service costs from end users. Industry analysts warn that unless these cost drivers are addressed through regulatory reforms and infrastructure support, service quality could deteriorate and consumer tariffs may rise further. And now, in a strategic push for defense autonomy and industrial revival, Nigeria's Ministry of Steel Development and Ministry of Defense have signed a landmark memorandum of understanding for the local production of military hardware at Ajaokuta Steel Company. The agreement, sealed on November 10, 2025 by Steel Minister Prince Abubakar Audu and Minister of State for Defense Bello Matawale, signals a new phase in leveraging Ajaokuta's dormant capacity to manufacture armored vehicles, weapons, helmets, and security tools. This collaboration is expected to boost national security, reduce reliance on foreign suppliers, and stimulate economic activities in Nigeria's steel sector. The ministers emphasized that reviving Ajaokuta for defense production aligns with President Tinubu's agenda of industrial growth and national self-reliance. The cost of registering a new car in Nigeria has jumped significantly in 2025, now ranging from 115,000 naira to 140,000 naira, depending on location and agent fees, up from 80,000 naira to 105 naira in 2024. Industry sources attribute the hike to new regulatory charges, increased production cost of number plates and vehicle licenses, and informal levies across various states. This surge reflects a broader trend of rising documentation and administrative expenses within the automotive sector. Stakeholders say the rise in fees may discourage formal vehicle registration, potentially increasing the number of unregistered vehicles on Nigerian roads. Many have called for greater transparency and standardization of the process to protect consumers from arbitrary pricing. Still to come in the news, South Africa's financial markets are showing signs of recovery, prompting calls for an upgrade to the country's sovereign credit rating.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Welcome back. South Africa's financial markets are showing signs of recovery, prompting calls for an upgrade to the country's sovereign credit rating. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange highlighted improved investor sentiment and a robust pipeline of listings as indicators that the current BB rating by S&P Global may no longer reflect the nation's economic potential. Market analysts point to stronger trading activity and increased investor confidence as evidence that South Africa's economy is stabilizing and capable of sustaining growth. An upgraded credit rating could lower borrowing costs, attract foreign investments, and enhance economic resilience. Experts note that aligning sovereign ratings with actual market performance will support sustainable development, stimulate capital inflows, and reinforce confidence in South Africa's financial sector. The move is expected to strengthen economic planning and promote long-term investment opportunities across the country. India is preparing a new subsidy program to encourage airlines to operate flights from underused airports, aiming to revive infrastructure projects that have remained idle for years. The initiative expands the existing regional connectivity scheme, UDAN, to include airports that have not seen consistent flight operations despite heavy government investment. Under the plan, airlines will receive monthly subsidy payments to cover the gap between regular and discounted fares, helping to make routes to smaller cities more affordable. The support will be determined by passenger volume and ticket sales, with the goal of improving access to remote regions and stimulating local economies. Officials say the move seeks to ensure that billions spent on airport construction deliver tangible benefits through increased connectivity and economic growth. The government hopes the policy will attract private carriers to less profitable routes, strengthen tourism, and unlock new opportunities for regional development. And now, Asian markets gained earlier today as optimism grew that the United States Congress would soon end the historic government shutdown. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index climbed 0.4%, led by advances in Japan and Taiwan, after the U.S. Senate approved a bill expected to reopen federal agencies. Investor sentiment was further lifted by renewed hopes of a Federal Reserve rate cut, with futures showing a 67% probability of a 25 basis point reduction at the next meeting. Japan's Topix Index reached a new record high, reflecting investor confidence despite SoftBank's 6.2% share decline following the sale of its entire NVIDIA stake. Analysts said that while near-term caution remains, overall sentiment in the region is buoyed by strong corporate earnings and growing artificial intelligence investments. Meanwhile, Brent crude prices eased to $64.93 per barrel after touching their highest level since October. The slight retreat followed new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil and expectations that an end to the U.S. shutdown could stabilize demand. Market analysts believe Asia's performance signals cautious optimism ahead of key U.S. inflation data later this week. Germany is preparing to invest up to 7.6 billion euros to acquire a stake in the German unit of electricity grid operator TenneT. The investment aims to strengthen high-voltage transmission infrastructure, crucial for integrating renewable energy sources and ensuring long-term security of supply across the country. The plan is outlined in the draft budget document and includes an initial allocation of 102 million euros for 2026. With the remainder spread over subsequent years. TenneT Germany operates more than 14,000 kilometers of power lines, making it the country's largest high-voltage grid operator. The investment comes as Berlin seeks to secure financing for grid expansion and maintain energy reliability, while the Dutch government moves forward with plans to sell a 46% stake to an investor consortium. The funds are initially subject to a budget freeze and will only be released after approval by Germany's budget committee. Analysts see this strategic move as a step towards modernizing the country's electricity infrastructure, supporting the energy transition and ensuring stable grid operations amid growing renewable energy inputs. And now Vietnam is advancing negotiations with the United States to finalize a trade agreement aimed at rebalancing commercial flows and addressing the growing U.S. trade deficit. Talks focus on maintaining U.S. tariffs of 20% on Vietnamese imports while granting exemptions for selected goods and providing preferential access for U.S. products in Vietnam. A Vietnamese delegation is currently in Washington to discuss the specifics of tariff exemptions and market access, with hopes of concluding the deal soon, potentially by December. The trade agreement seeks to formalize economic cooperation, support Vietnam's growing role in global supply chains, and encourage U.S. businesses to engage with Hanoi in sectors including high-tech exports and critical minerals. Vietnam recorded a $111 billion trade surplus with the U.S. in the first 10 months of the year, underscoring the urgency of the negotiations to create a more balanced bilateral trade relationship. Both countries aim to strengthen long-term economic ties, with Vietnam advocating recognition as a market economy and easing restrictions on high-tech product exports. The deal is expected to provide stability for regional trade, enhance investment flows, and foster closer integration of supply chains, benefiting industries and economic growth in both nations. UK business leaders are calling on the Chancellor of the Exchequer to ease energy costs and avoid additional tax hikes as the government prepares the 2025 budget following last year's £4 billion tax increase, much of which affected businesses. Corporate groups are warning that further fiscal pressure could hamper investment and growth. The Chancellor faces a projected fiscal gap of £20 billion to £30 billion, requiring careful balancing between raising revenue and supporting economic activity. Business representatives emphasized the need for policies that promote stability, competitiveness, and sustainable growth, especially in the context of high inflation and energy costs. Analysts note that easing the tax burden and implementing targeted fiscal measures could strengthen the business environment, encourage investment, and support broader economic recovery across the United Kingdom, providing confidence for both domestic and international stakeholders. Economists and policymakers have cautioned that the recent rise in the UK unemployment may not fully reflect underlying labour market conditions. Official data showed the jobless rate increased by 0.2% to 5% in the 3 months through September, marking the highest level since the pandemic. The unexpected jump prompted concern among traders and opposition politicians, fueling speculation of a potential Bank of England interest rate cut in December. Despite the headline figures, experts suggest that the weakness in the labour market could be overstated, noting that broader economic indicators such as payroll and wage trends point to continued resilience. Analysts emphasize the importance of interpreting short-term fluctuations carefully, particularly as the government prepares the upcoming budget and policymakers assess the need for targeted economic interventions. The labour market data has already influenced financial markets, pushing 2-year gilt yields to their lowest levels in over a year. Observers argue that accurate assessment of employment trends is critical for shaping fiscal and monetary policy, ensuring that policy responses are proportionate and supportive of sustainable economic growth. Still to come in the news, Brazil's inflation slowed sharply in October, raising expectations that the central bank may reduce interest rates early next year. This is the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the Global Migration Conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Mexico has implemented a new tariff on sugar imports to shield domestic producers from falling international prices and prevent oversupply in the local market. The decree, published in the official Gazette, imposes a 156% tariff per kilogram on all sugar types, including beet sugar and syrups, while refined liquid sugar faces a 210.44% tariff. The move effectively limits sugar imports, ensuring local producers can secure higher prices from the 2025-26 season. The policy comes amid a recovery in domestic production, with Mexico expected to produce 5.2 million tons of sugar this cycle, up from 4.7 million tons last year. Historically, Mexico imports little sugar, but recent years have seen rising foreign purchases due to poor weather and lower U.S. exports. By implementing the tariff, Mexico aims to maintain stability in its sugar sector, protecting both production and local market prices. The measure provides domestic producers with an advantage in supplying the local market, while the small export quota to the U.S. continues, reflecting the country's broader strategy to prioritize internal demand over international sales. Brazil's inflation slowed sharply in October, raising expectations that the central bank may reduce interest rates early next year. Consumer prices rose 0.09% during the month, down from September's 0.48% increase, driven largely by a decline in presidential electricity costs. Over the past 12 months, inflation decelerated to 4.68%, below market forecasts, signaling easing pressure on the economy. The slowdown comes as the central bank maintains its benchmark Selic rate at 15%, near a 20-year high, aiming to bring inflation back within its target range of 3% plus or minus 1.5 percentage points. Analysts note that the larger-than-expected moderation in inflation, combined with signs of economic weakness, could prompt a rate cut in January 2026, although the bank signaled no immediate changes are planned. Despite the slowdown, policymakers remain cautious, emphasizing that the current rate is adequate to stabilize prices. Market analysts agree that interest rates are likely to remain unchanged through the end of 2025, while keeping the door open for a potential easing early next year if inflationary pressures continue to moderate. U.S. equity funds experienced a significant surge in investor inflows during the week ending November 5, with a net of $12.6 billion invested, marking the largest weekly purchase since early October. Investors showed strong confidence in the technology-linked corporate development, particularly those related to artificial intelligence, while large-cap funds attracted the bulk of investments, totaling $11.9 billion for the week. Small-cap funds received a modest net inflow of $114 million, whereas mid-cap funds faced outflows of $1.17 billion. Technology sector funds drew $2.38 billion, offset partially by $1.27 billion in withdrawals from financial sector funds. Demand for U.S. bond funds eased, reaching a 5-week low, with $4.47 billion in net purchases, while money market funds saw a surge to $118.05 billion, marking an 11-month high. Analysts suggest these movements reflect investor optimism amid market corrections and strong interest in AI-driven corporate opportunities. The European Union has reached a provisional agreement to reform its extensive farming subsidies easing environmental requirements to reduce regulatory burdens on farmers. Smaller agricultural operations will now be exempt from baseline environmental conditions, while subsidy payments for these farmers are set to increase, aiming to strengthen the sector's competitiveness across Europe. The overhaul of the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, valued at around 387 billion euros for 2021 to 2027, is expected to save farmers up to 1.6 billion euros annually and reduce on-site inspections to once per year. The reform is part of broader simplification omnibus proposals designed to streamline EU regulations and help farmers remain competitive against major agricultural exporters such as the United States and China. While the new framework is intended to boost productivity and reduce paperwork, environmental campaigners have expressed concern that relaxing grain standards could leave European agriculture more vulnerable to climate change. The provisional agreement now awaits formal adoption by both the EU Council and the European Parliament. And now moving on to sports. The Super Eagles boycotted training in Rabat on Monday amid a heated dispute with the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, over unpaid bonuses ahead of their crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup playoff semi-final against Gabon. Sources said that the players demanded 15,000 per match, totaling 30,000 for the two playoff ties, while the NFF countered with an offer of $10,000 per match. The disagreement is not over daily allowances, which the NFF pledged to pay, but strictly over the win bonuses. NFF president, currently in Morocco, has held talks with players and technical staff to resolve the impasse. However, until a resolution is reached, the team insists training will not resume, raising fears of a possible boycott of the Gabon clash. This standoff could severely disrupt Nigeria's World Cup qualification hopes if not quickly addressed. Galatasaray's General Secretary, Ire Yazgan, has suggested that the Turkish club may pursue Ademola Lookman in the upcoming transfer window. The 28-year-old Nigerian, who currently plays for Atalanta, was previously the target of a summer approach that stalled due to Atalanta's £60 million valuation. Lookman, the reigning African Football of the Year, has had a turbulent relationship with Atalanta, including the recent fallout with coach Ivel Juric during a Champions League match with Juric now replaced by Rafael Palladino. Lookman's future at the Serie A club remains uncertain. Under contract with Atalanta until June 2027, any transfer would require a substantial investment. Yazgan emphasized that while Galatasaray's squad is currently strong, the club will continue building according to the coach's needs, leaving the door open for the potential signing of the talented winger. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's stories. Nigeria debt may hit 193 trillion naira, with the government planning on acquiring new loans. President Bola Tinubu approves 2025 oil block licensing to boost upstream production. Vietnam and the United States closing on landmark deal to cut $111 billion trade gap. United Kingdom businesses urge Chancellor to grant tax relief, warn against further hikes. Super Eagles boycott training over bonus dispute. And that's it on the World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Do well to follow us on all our social platforms at SOUQ News Television. Many thanks and good afternoon.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. it's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our society and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific. that a woman cannot do, then I change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation, and then I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of food. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your, as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. the exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikirieko. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do in IT, in everything. Women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, And then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics, I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions, and that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and profiling solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of and then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, We give it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candlelight. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330-132 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is